I have two stories I wish I could forget, but they'll probably never leave me. I'm almost 30 and it's time to get this off my chest. I was 16 female at the time, and I used to work occasionally with a family member to earn a bit of pocket money. During breaks, I would secretly go outside to smoke a cigarette. The employees from the neighboring business would come out at the same time. There was this man around 45 years old who often smoked at the same time as me. We made small talk about customers, weather, mall gossip, nothing special. One day he told me he had just moved near my place. He knew where my family lived because they were on good terms. He said he was throwing a housewarming party and had invited everyone from both workplaces, a big party, and told me to come. At that age, I was incredibly naive. I loved going out because I felt deeply lonely and sad. Never had a boyfriend and had a boring life. Any excuse to escape home felt good. So on the day I went, I rang the doorbell. He opened, let me in, and immediately locked the door behind me, putting the key in his underwear. I looked around and quickly realized something was wrong. There was no one else there. I asked him where everyone was. He said they had already come earlier and left. I reminded him that he said the party started at 2 p.m. He mumbled something about them coming earlier. Great. I soon noticed he was tipsy. We talked for about 5 minutes, then he offered to show me the house, which honestly was pretty nice. When we reached the bedroom, he said, "Here's your room. Look, you even have a big walk-in closet just for you. I can make more space if you need." In my head, I was like, error 404. I laughed nervously and said something like, "Aha, yeah right, you're funny." We went back to the living room, sat down, and then he suddenly jumped on me, trying to, I tried to push him away, and luckily he was more drunk than I thought. One big kick was enough to knock him to the floor. Sitting there confused, he said, "I don't understand. You don't want to? All those times you smiled at me, waved to say hello, talked to me while smoking, and laughed at my jokes." I felt pure disgust rising inside me. Those words made my stomach turn. His stupidity made me dissociate. I told him I appreciated talking to him at work, but that was it. We were just colleagues. I left it vague because I was afraid he might get angry. That's when he completely lost it. My ex-wife has the same name as you. She has the same beauty mark, the same mixed origins, and the same face, hair, and body. You are her twin, but in better shape. When I saw you, I couldn't believe my eyes. You are so beautiful, like a younger, sweeter version of that bitch. Anyways, we'll see how you're going to arrange the house for you, our future children. Buying it wasn't the hardest part. That's when I knew I was in real danger. Honestly, I saw myself die every time his heavy body leaned toward me. A man twice my size, drunk, psychotic, the full package. At some point he went to the bathroom to pee. With how much alcohol he'd had, it took him a good 10 minutes. He asked me to come with him. LOL. I said no, I'm tired. During that time, I called one of my coworkers, the man who was responsible for me at work. I explained everything and begged him to get me out. Unfortunately, he wasn't in town. He had trouble believing his friend could do something like this. He told me to try to leave by force, and if it didn't work, he would drive back from his weekend location to come get me. I told him to forget it. My brain was racing at 10,000 kilometers per hour. He told me to stay calm and call the police. I had to hang up because the psycho came out of the bathroom. If you're wondering why I didn't call my parents, it's simple. They would have thought I was stupid for falling into that situation. My parents were the type to hit me for much less. I wanted to avoid that. I tried again to say I needed to leave. That's when he said the sentence that completely broke me. "No, you're not going back. We're gonna have so much fun." I was stunned, dissociated, frozen, no reaction at all. He tried several times to sleep with me. Each time I managed to distract him, talk about a topic, anything, pure survival mode. I told myself my only chance was to play along until I find a way out. Late in the evening, I had been trapped there from 2 p.m. until 10 p.m. I pretended I needed clothes and medication. This idiot had planned everything. Old clothes from his ex-wife, aka my twin, apparently. He was getting tired from the alcohol and weed, his eyes closing on the couch. I told him I needed a very specific medication, that I could go get it and come right back. Quick round trip. He made me promise. This dirty person kissed me for a long time. I stayed in character, acting sweet, for my life. He opened the door and told me that if I wasn't back by midnight sharp, he would call my mom's boss and get her fired and lie about a situation and then hurt my mom. He watched me until I turned the corner of the street, another glass in hand. After crying all the tears in my body in a completely broken state, I started walking toward my home. What was I going to tell my parents? My mom knew I was supposed to be at that housewarming. What if she gets hurt because of me or lose her job? What would I do? That's when out of nowhere, someone appeared on a bike. Hey, you got a cigarette for me? I was smoking. Me crying and shaking. Yeah, here. Whoa, why all these tears? What's wrong, kid? Tell me. I told the story barely able to speak, hyperventilating, but I told him everything. If I don't go back, my mom is going to get in trouble. He stopped and asked to show him the house. I refused to go back, but he convinced me I'd be safe. So we walked a bit, and I showed him exactly where it was. He said, "All right, noted. I've already seen him. Listen, you go home, you sleep, and you forget this story, okay?" Me, "But if I don't go back to him?" "Don't even think about it. Forget it all. I'll text you tomorrow morning, okay?" Me, "Okay." I went home. I was terrified and traumatized, but I eventually fell asleep shaking. The next morning around 8 a.m., I received a message from the bike thug. "Everything's fine. I hope you slept well despite everything. Have a nice day." I just answered, "What happened? Thank you so much." He just sent a smiley face. The day passed. No news from the psycho. The day after that one, I ran into a coworker outside. He said, "Damn, did you hear what happened to X? He just moved in and already moved out in 2 days." I asked how that was possible. He replied, "Some people broke into his place at night and destroyed everything. Absolutely everything, including his teeth. He doesn't have any front teeth left at all. He could barely talk when he came to pick up his stuff at work." That disgusting predator. I want to say thanks again to the man I never saw again after that night. Real men do exist. I will forever be grateful. X, let's never meet again. And yes, later I filed a complaint about him. Without any news though. When I was a sophomore in college, I lived in a small but beautiful historic studio apartment in a small East Coast city that had somewhat of a reputation for crime and danger. However, the neighborhood I lived in was usually considered one of the good neighborhoods. It was close to the city's university and it was mostly students living there, especially on the street my building was on. My building was a huge 4-story townhouse, if you can really call it that. It was really a mansion as a whole, built in 1895. The architecture was really awesome, with built-in bookshelves and huge mahogany pocket doors that slid into the walls. Anyways, the building wasn't exactly in mint condition and my landlord was pretty lazy. He would always come by and check up on things and make promises to get stuff fixed, but never really got around to doing much of anything. The apartment I was renting was on the first floor. My front door immediately on the left as you walked in the building's door to the street. This door, the building's front door, which from the street opened to a small lobby area with only one door in it, mine and a staircase to the other apartments upstairs, was huge and heavy and was never locked. In fact, you couldn't lock it, and in fact, it didn't even close all the way. So basically, the door to my apartment was open to the street. I asked my landlord countless times to please do something about the front door, but he never did. Well, one night I was getting home from work, and it was pretty late, about 3:45 a.m. I worked as a pizza delivery driver at a place that was open really late every night, and I was just sitting on my couch watching a little bit of TV before I went to sleep. I had also gotten totally naked, something I truly loved being able to do considering I lived alone. Anyways, not 10 minutes since I'd gotten home and sat down, I hear 3 slow knocks at my door. I'm thinking, who would be at my door at this hour? What could they possibly want, and why didn't I hear the building's front door open like I normally do? Young and naive, I was half scared and half intrigued. Put a robe on and slowly crept towards the door, which, by the way, was right next to the couch where I was sitting. At this point in time, my door didn't have a peephole, so I just kinda had to take a leap of faith and open the door. When I did, a tall, emaciated, middle-aged man stood staring down at me with low eyes and a grin. He was wearing all black, many layers, and a big black trench coat. The first thing he said was, "Can I come in?" With the door barely open, I got a deep hit in my stomach and just went, no man, what's up?" Just stared into my eyes, clearly disappointed, and then said, "Well, I've seen you around." I started to smile. The pit in my stomach had evolved into a churning sensation, and I was starting to get nauseous. "Yeah, I've been watching you, and I like the way you look," he said. "So, you're gay, right? Bisexual?" I was just like, I don't know, but it's late and I'm going to bed, bye." Kind of nodded and lingered. As did I, watching to make sure I saw him leave the building. Once he did, I closed the door, locked it, and stood with my hand still on the knob for a good minute at least. After I snapped out of my shock, I ran over to my couch and pushed it up against the door. I ended up sleeping on the couch that night. Even though it was right there, it made me feel safer, like I could hear if something happened. Well, nothing happened that night. It wasn't until about a week later, on one of my nights off from work, that I was sitting around my apartment winding down by myself after I had had some friends over drinking and smoking a little bit, as college kids will do. All of a sudden, I heard a weird rattling noise coming from across the room, so I turned off the music I was playing to find out that it was coming from none other than my front doorknob. I looked at it for a second and saw that both the knob and the top lock were jiggling. Someone was trying to get in. Like a deer in headlights, I was frozen, staring at the things wiggle and shake until I started to see the top lock actually budge and start to turn. I leapt up from my chair and soared to the door, grabbing tightly onto the lock and forcefully twisting it back to being locked. The jiggling of the lock and knob stopped for a second because whoever it was clearly knew that I knew. It was only a second though before they just started struggling again, and I had to use all of my might to keep it still. Sweat was dripping down my forehead and my ribcage, and after about 10 or 15 seconds of wrestling with this intruder, it stopped and I heard the building door open and close. Footsteps ran down the stairs of the stoop to the sidewalk. Just like I was before, I was paralyzed with my hands at the door for a good while before I realized I was crying and shaking and that I needed to call someone. My instinct was to call the police. In hindsight, I regret this for the following reasons. I was basically having a panic attack while I was on the phone with 911 and actually threw up during the call. And I think that's when they decided I was just messed up or something. When the two police officers got to my apartment, they stood in my doorway as I struggled to recount to them what had happened as I was shaking and crying. I noticed at one point that they were both smirking and laughing, and I say, "What's funny right now?" One of them goes, "It reeks of marijuana." I was just like, okay, and basically argued with them after that. Long story short, they ended up confiscating a bunch of stuff from my apartment and basically turning the whole situation into a little mini drug bust. Although they said they weren't going to charge me with anything, just take my stuff. Nothing about this attempted break-in besides keep your doors locked. I was devastated and felt so helpless. I hate to make this story so long, so I'll try to keep the last part short. Basically, this same scenario happened one more time about 2 weeks from the last time. Only instead of calling the police, I called my dad, who raced down in an hour, a 2-hour drive from his house to this place, with the crowbar up his sleeve. Unfortunately, by the time he had gotten there, whoever it was had already left. They didn't struggle very hard this time. My dad ended up cussing out my landlord and demanding he get the door fixed and install a new lock and a peephole on my door. He did make this happen within a reasonable amount of time, and I also got one of those bars he wedged between the doorknob and the floor, as well as an aluminum baseball bat to protect myself with, so I felt a lot better from then on. Needless to say though, I ended my lease for that apartment about a month early and never moved back to that street. I never found out for sure who was trying to pick my locks or if it was the guy who had come to my door the first time. But whoever it was, let's not meet. Can I still say that? Haha. Longtime lurker, first time poster, and all that. Please delete or let me know if I'm missing anything as far as the rules go. This happened a few years back when my husband and I lived in a townhouse that's part of a relatively large apartment complex. We've been having issues on and off with our cable service. It wasn't uncommon for us to randomly lose cable access on a TV here or there, or to be unable to watch premium channels like HBO or Showtime, despite the fact that those channels were part of the package we were paying for. As a result, my husband would call the cable company somewhat regularly, and they would have to schedule time for a technician to take a look. Generally speaking, whenever my husband would schedule a technical call, he would try to do it for a time frame when he knew he would be home. On the rare occasion that wasn't possible due to his work schedule, he would always let me know that the tech was going to be at our home, and he would give me the time frame when I could expect them. Additionally, we would get a confirmation call from the cable company reminding us of our appointment, asking us to verify somebody would be home. On this particular day, a Saturday or Sunday, my husband left to go to work. I was home alone and it was just a normal day. About 15 minutes after my husband left the house, the doorbell rang. I looked through the peephole but didn't see anyone. "Who is it?" I yelled, and heard the muffled response. "It's the tech from cable company." Confused because my husband hadn't said anything about someone coming out to look at anything, and because I wasn't aware of any issues we've been having with our service lately, I opened the door. I wasn't scared at this time. It was daylight and really seemed like no big deal. There was a man standing on my front porch. He looked to be in his mid-20s and was of average height and build. He seemed shifty. Initially, it looked to me like he had to use the bathroom and was doing the pee-pee dance, kind of hopping a little bit from one leg to the other. "Can I help you?" I asked. "I was called out to check a few things with your cable box. It sounds like you're having problems with your service. I checked the lines outside and everything looks good. I just need to look at a few things inside," he replied. Immediately confused, I peered past him as he stood at my door. I knew our cable was currently working just fine as we'd have a service call only a few days prior. We hadn't had any problems since then. I realized there was no official van parked anywhere, something all the other technicians had driven during past service calls. I also noticed he had nothing in his hands, no clipboard, paperwork, or anything. I knew from prior visits that there was always a work order that I needed to sign whenever a technician paid a visit. The man was wearing street clothes, a long-sleeve plaid shirt, jeans, work boots, and one of those fluorescent vests you can buy at Walmart that the guys who do construction on the highways wear. I became a little bit more nervous at this point. At best, I thought maybe he was legitimate but just had the wrong home. I had a feeling that something just wasn't right with this situation, however. Told him that he must be mistaken, that we had not made any service calls, and started to close the door. Before I could get it closed all the way, he stuck his foot in the doorway and insisted no mistake had been made. Getting scared, I told him I did not want him coming in the house and reiterated that we did not report any issues with our cable service. Keeping his foot in the door, the man begins to plead with me to let him inside. He tells me that he's a new technician with the company and that it's important that he fulfill all service requests, or he may get fired. He stated it's possible there had been a mix-up and that we hadn't called anyone for assistance, but that because he had been scheduled to come out, he was still required to look around and verify that everything was in working order. He told me if I could just let him in, he would call the office and straighten everything out. Very uncomfortable now, I started trying to think of a way to get this guy's foot out of my doorway. I was about to shove him in the chest, hoping to make him lose his balance so I could slam and lock the door, when my neighbor arrived next door. Our townhouses were side by side and we essentially shared the front porch. As she walked up to her door, I loudly said so that she could hear and realize I was in trouble, that I did not want him at my home, that I had made no service request, that I was not okay with him forcing me to keep talking to him, and that I would call the police if he did not leave immediately. My neighbor, understanding the situation, immediately stopped what she was doing and stood on her porch, next to the man, a cell phone in hand. She was ready to call 911. Realizing he was causing problems and that now there was a witness to the exchange, the man simply turned around and walked away, saying nothing. I quickly thanked my neighbor for her help and closed the door, locking it. I called my husband and confirmed what I already knew to be true. He had not called the cable company for anything at all. Hoping I was just being paranoid, I called the cable company and asked if they'd send a technician to my home. Accidents can happen, right? They told me they hadn't sent anyone. I then asked if they'd sent anyone to my apartment complex, hoping that maybe the guy just had the wrong address. The company insisted they had not. This incident made me very nervous, but there hadn't been any harm done, and because it happened in the middle of the day, I was able to put it out of my mind pretty quick. It was a strange thing to have happened, but after the guy left, I just told myself he had probably made an honest mistake somehow, and that I'd just been overly cautious. I forgot about it. A couple of nights later, I was watching the news on mute while cooking dinner. Glancing at the TV absent-mindedly, I was horrified to see the mugshot of the guy who had been on my doorstep just a couple of days prior. I quickly turned the sound on. Turns out the man had just been hired as a contractor with a company that partners with the cable company. He had done a service call at a woman's house, returning to her home late the next night and breaking in. She was chatting with her boyfriend when the incident occurred, and whatever it was he heard while they were on the phone made him call the police to request an officer go check on her. When the police arrived, they found the woman bound and gagged. She had been assaulted in many ways. The man fled, jumping off the balcony towards the rear of the complex when police arrived. They'd shown up mid-assault. 2 hours later, he was apprehended. At the time of the broadcast, he was being held on a $500,000 bond. I was almost hysterical, obviously, having seen this on TV. I told my husband, of course, and mentioned the incident to a few close friends. I called the police as well, but didn't hear back from them after having left a message. I assumed they didn't need to speak to me after having already caught the guy. He was ultimately convicted. At some point, the victim filed a lawsuit against the cable company and the company it gets its contractors from. It seems the man had a criminal record that no one bothered to check prior to hiring him. I have no way of knowing what he planned on doing when he showed up at my place, nor do I want to know. Hopefully, Scary Cable Guy and I will never meet again. This is a comment I made on an Ask Reddit post. Another user thought this sub might find it interesting. Slight edits of the original comment for clarity and added some afterthoughts. When I was about 10 or 11, there was this neighbor boy who was 18 or so who lived with his mother down the street. She was frequently away at work and he was a burnout, always hanging around outside trying to impress us much younger kids who thought he was pretty cool. He taught us bad jokes, let us look at nude magazines, and tried his beer and cigarettes. And all of the kids pretty much fought each other over who he liked the best. Well, one day I was riding my bike past his house and he called me over. I was excited because for a little while it had seemed like I was making lots of headway at being cool among the other kids because he had been taking an interest in me. He told me that he had some new toy or something that I was very interested in at the time. I can't remember what now. He had just gotten it from his mom the other day and it was in his room. I don't remember exactly what set it off, as I was very eager to see this thing and have a chance at being its buddy, but I all of a sudden felt very suspicious. I asked if I could get my little brother, as he would be interested too, but he said no. I asked if he could bring it outside, but no. His responses kept getting more hostile and aggressive, and in my mind I was panicking, because while I felt a sense of foreboding, I was sure I was blowing my chances at acceptance. So I brushed the feeling aside and stepped into the doorway. Something about the way the room was lit, the stale air in his face, just told my mind to get the heck out now. So I made an excuse and turned on my heels for the door. He began to try to talk me out of leaving and came rushing for the door. I didn't want to look like an idiot running away like a crybaby, so I swallowed my urge to run and continued towards the door at a brisk pace, but distinctly remember scrunching up my shoulders in anticipation of being grabbed. As I hurried out the door and leapt off the porch, I can only describe the feeling as one you get when you feel you are being chained, where the hair on your neck is on end and you swear at any moment you will feel their claws upon you. To this day, I don't know if I was just too fast or if he was too scared to actually grab me. I rode my bike straight home and never spoke to him again or went anywhere near his house. The incident was strange indeed, and at the time, I never understood exactly why I felt afraid, or what I was in fact afraid of. This kid had always been decent to me, although the things he talked about or showed us were often inappropriate. But those were the things we thought were also fascinating and cool. While I felt uneasy for a time, I quickly forgot about it and didn't consider it something to tell my parents about. In fact, they'd likely have gotten mad at me for going into his house in the first place and turned it into somehow being my own fault. Anyways, after a couple of years we moved and forgot about him entirely. Now, the reason I remember this so well is because years later, as adults, my younger sister confessed to me that he had molested her. She had never told anyone. She also said several other kids she knew in the area had been abused by him as well. I had forgotten all about the memory until she brought it up, but it was still there, crystal clear. The most chilling part was when she told me how he had also lured her inside his house while his mom was at work by claiming he had something she liked inside. Apparently, she had gone far enough inside to his actual room, whereas I had only come into the living room. So, by the time she realized something was wrong, it was too late to escape. At first, I couldn't even understand how she came in contact with him, since she is 5 years younger and had her own separate group of friends she played with, but apparently one lived across the street from him and was also a victim. I originally made this comment on a question about when your instincts have played a crucial role in your life. My instincts might have saved me, but not my sister or many other kids that probably suffered. When she told me her story, I had never felt so much regret and guilt in my life, nor wept so bitterly. If I had only said something, things may have been so different for her and perhaps others. Please, if you ever find yourself in a situation where you feel threatened, leave immediately and report the person. You are likely not the first person they've creeped on, nor the last. Report it. Just to preface this story, this happened about 12 years ago when I was around 13. The memories and emotions of this incident had faded away into the back of my mind, but recently I started having flashbacks of this incident, and it led to multiple panic attacks while driving in public. After some deliberation, I thought perhaps writing about it and sharing it with a community that might understand the fear of experiencing this sort of thing might help me feel validated in my emotions. So here goes. I was a 13-year-old living abroad when this happened. To give some short background info that might help you understand the story better, I was living in an apartment complex. Every morning, the school buses would arrive at the main entrance of the entire complex and pick up the kids for school. The church I was attending at the time also operated buses to help people get back home. So every Sunday after the services were done, I would take the church bus back home. I never doubted my sense of security and safeness, since this kind of system made me feel safe and protected. That was until I met him one Sunday morning. I was a church kid and a quite involved one too. I was serving the youth group as a part of the welcome team for newcomers when I met him. He entered the chapel with his mother following behind, and she explained that they had recently moved to the country and were just starting to settle down. My first impression of him was that he was lanky, shy, and very quiet. He seemed so harmless, innocent, naive. So when his mom left him after filling out the form, I gave him a smile, greeted him, and led him to an empty street. And I thought nothing more of him until I saw him again in my small group. So I greeted him again, saying something like, "It's so nice to see you again." I still remember how he just shyly nodded, not really answering me. When the small group time ended, I took out haichu, free and soft candy, and gave one to everyone in the group, even the teacher, and as I handed the rectangular candy to him, he softly whispered, "Thank you," and walked away. That was the first time I heard him speak. I hadn't realized that he was living in the same complex as me until I got off the church bus and saw him coming down the steps of the bus as well. It was a funny coincidence, so I told him how weird it was that we were in the same small group and also living in the same complex. He nodded again and I walked off first because he was waiting for his mom and little sister, who were coming behind him. My apartment building was number 20, the first in the row of the buildings. I'd opened the door and was about to go in when he followed behind me. Me, still in that newcomer greeting mode, responded to this by asking him if he was living in the same building as well. He nodded again. I noticed that his mother and his sister were not here yet, so I got into the elevator first, asked him if he was going to wait for them, and gave him my goodbye, when he quietly nodded yes. The next morning, I was waiting in the lobby when I got out of the elevator. He was alone, and I asked him if he was waiting for his sister. He nodded, so I just gave him a quick "have a nice day" and ran off so that I wouldn't miss my school bus. And for every day of that week, I saw him waiting for his sister in the lobby, standing in the corner right in front of the elevators. I didn't think too much of it. I would always say hi or good morning to him, and he would just nod or wave timidly. There was nothing more to it than that. That is, until one Sunday when I got back home after church. He was walking behind me, this time together with his sister and mom, so I thought I would be a nice girl and hold the door for them. So I waited, holding the door open, only to have all three of them walk right past my building. Strange, I thought. So I peeked my head out to see that they were entering building number 15, which was 5 buildings down the street. At first, I didn't think much of it, thinking that they might have moved out of building 20 and into building 15. But when I stepped out of the elevator the next morning to see him again, in the lobby, in the same corner he was standing in every morning, my heart sank deep. I don't know how I responded to it, but I remember choosing not to confront him because I was in denial that this was actually happening and didn't have the courage to ask him for an answer. Things quickly progressed since that day. I started getting late night calls to my cell phone. The typical not going to speak but just going to breathe heavily kind of call that you get that makes you feel insecure even though you know you are safe in your room. He also stopped waiting for me in the lobby since that morning, but would stand in the far corner of the street every day and watch me wait and get on the bus. Me becoming hypervigilant didn't help with the situation either. I could always spot him watching me, even though he would often try to hide behind a thick tree or the guard's cabin. It made me feel sick to my stomach, but I don't think I felt so threatened and cornered to the point, at least in that moment, that I wanted to seek adult help. I was a very, very private teenager who was already keeping some traumatic experiences a secret from my parents. So naturally, this felt like another secret that I would keep so they wouldn't worry about me. At church, I kept up my bright facade, but would distance myself as far as possible to avoid any sort of contact with him. I actively put this distance between him and me because whenever I decided to play by my facade and say hi to him, instead of returning my greetings, he would stare once at my face and then just drop his gaze down to my private areas. The fact that it was summer and I was wearing shorts did not help at all whenever he stared at my thighs and between my legs. The shame, the embarrassment, the feeling that I was being dirtied by his gaze, the anxiety and the paranoia, it was too much for me. I started skipping the small group session and left right after the youth group ended, so I would avoid getting home with him at the same time. On days that I did happen to attend small group, I just sat quietly, unwilling to speak a single word, while he stared at me intensely. One day, while the teacher was leading the discussion, he suddenly burst into an angry yell, shouting, "Why do you keep ignoring me when you clearly know that I like you?" Needless to say, I was embarrassed, ashamed, shocked, and terrified, all at the same time. The teacher tried to de-escalate the situation, but he stormed out after yelling out how frustrated he was with me for not returning his affection. I wanted to leave as well, but the fear that I might run into him made me stay in my seat while everyone in the group quietly whispered among themselves about this sudden drama that happened before them. It was a huge shock to me that he was doing all of these things because he liked me. But what shook me more at that moment was the fact that the teacher didn't seem to be fazed at all by the sudden outburst. She didn't seem surprised by the fact that he had such feelings for me. Instead, she cast glances at me with some sort of knowing in her eyes. I had always wondered how he got a hold of my phone number. This was it. The teacher dismissed everyone but asked me to stay. I was always the model student at church, but the moment I was left alone with her, I lost it. I cursed and swore and demanded that she tell me if she knew. If she knew how much he was making my life miserable. She told me she knew he liked me. Apparently, he started liking me because of that stupid-ass candy I gave him on the first day. She had given him my number because she thought it was cute seeing him like me so much. So I told her what he had been doing, how he waited for me every morning in the lobby, even though he lived in a different building, how he would stare and watch me from the corner of the street, how he would stare between my thighs and chest, how he would call me late at night, with the heavy breathing and all. I was having trouble speaking and breathing because of how much I was crying, but I remember yelling, "He's like a freaking stalker." And that was when I truly, fully recognized that I was being stalked. When I became quiet due to the shock of realization, the teacher took her chance to speak and told me that he was a mentally troubled kid who didn't know any better, so I needed to just bear with it. That was the end of the conversation. Honestly, there is a gap in my memory after that day, so it's hard for me to recall what events had led up to it. But the last time I saw him was when I had the most fearful encounter with him. I was already on the church bus waiting. There were 2 girls sitting a couple of rows ahead of me, and the bus was silent other than that. I was sitting by the aisle when I saw him get on the bus. The strange thing was that when he got on, the 2 girls suddenly turned extremely hostile towards him and told him to get the heck off the bus, calling him a freaking pervert. He responded angrily, "Well, you whores aren't the ones I want to see anyways, so shut up." This was the first time I had heard him speak such profanities, so I was quite shocked. Then he fixed his eyes straight at me, walked over to where I was, and sat at a row diagonally behind my street. My heart was pounding at this point, and I wanted to sit by the windows to hide from his gaze, but I was scared that he would think of it as an invitation to sit next to me. So I stayed frozen in my seat until more people came in and only moved to the window seat when an adult asked if they could sit next to me. I think there was an instinctive feeling that told me I couldn't get off with him, so I purposefully got off at the stop before my apartment. It was only maybe 600-meter walk from the bus stop to my home, so I mixed in with the people and got off the bus with them. The bus had stopped by the side entrance of another apartment complex. I just needed to walk down the street to get to mine, but the street was empty and deserted because it was one of those areas that were waiting to be developed by the city. So I started walking towards my home, and I realized that he had also gotten off with me. He was walking a few feet behind me, and my gut wrenched as he got closer. Something told me being alone with him on the street was very dangerous, so I broke into a run until I saw an alleyway that parted off from the road. In my panic, I turned into the alley and was relieved when I saw that there were smaller shops that were busy with people. There were people hanging in the alleyway, chilling by the benches outside and stuff. I was certain that he couldn't have followed me into the alley after I had run, but I still looked behind to check just in case. But there he was, still following me. He had run after me. My relief quickly turned into terror, and I hastened my pace, purposefully weaving in between the people in hopes of losing him. But whenever I looked back, I could still see him. Eventually, the people hanging by the shops thinned out, and I was walking in an empty alleyway. On the opposite end of the alley, I could see that there was a bigger road with more cars and people. I was already quite out of breath as I wasn't a fit person, but with my last strength, I ran for the busy road, hoping to lose him if he was still behind me. I stopped once I reached the busy road and turned around to look into an empty alley. I stood for an extra minute staring into the alley to confirm that he wasn't following me. Fortunately, my friend's house was close by, and so I stayed at her place until I felt it was safe enough to walk back home. That was the last time I saw him. I stopped going to the small groups. I started serving in the children's department as an accompanist, so I could avoid going to the youth group. I didn't see him again after that, but one time, I happened to meet my small group teacher, and she told me that he had left the country. Apparently, he was reported multiple times at school for lewd behavior, such as sneaking into the girls' restroom. That was why the girls on the bus were grossed out by him, and in the end, he had to be expelled from the school. I think that was when I decided to bury the terror and the fear away, because he was no longer an immediate threat in my life. Funny story though, after that whole incident, I had to watch Ferris Bueller's Day Off at school. But the moment Ferris's friend, Cameron Fry, showed on the screen, I had to run to the bathroom to throw up because the actor's face looked exactly like this, and just watching his face brought back the trauma. Now, I can watch the movie, but looking at Cameron's face still gives me anxiety. Anyways, if anyone has made it to the end of this long post, thank you for staying through this with me. I often wonder what might have become of him and wonder if his parents knew what his son was. If he was truly suffering from mental illness, my only hope is that he received the proper treatment so that no one else has to go through what I had to. Around 6 years ago, I worked in a small convenience store in a pretty quiet neighborhood. I was around 18 at the time, maybe a little bit older, and all of the staff members were female. With it being such a small store, we had 5 staff members who rotated shifts. I remember that when this incident took place, the manager had decided to take sick leave, and that left little old me to run the store, as I had been working there the longest. Our tiny little shop opened at 5 in the morning, and being the good sport that I am, I decided that I would work the early shifts because the other members of staff were a little bit nervous with their lack of training and opening, and the fact that it was the middle of winter. It was actually a little bit unnerving opening a store completely on your own while so dark and evidently quiet. One morning I opened the shutters at around 4:30 a.m. I turned on the crappy little heater as I made my way out the back to make myself a coffee, and then went to the front of the store where our newspapers were, sat waiting to be put on the shelves. I got the papers out and headed outside for a cigarette before opening. The few feet of snow added to the eeriness of this morning. Around 6 a.m. every morning, we would get a steady flow of builders and workmen coming in to buy a few Kit Kats and Red Bulls. Knowing them all quite well, I often took some form of comfort from knowing that if anything went wrong, I had a lot of big men heading in to save the day. This morning, 6 a.m. came and went, and I had quite literally not had a single customer. I bet the snow is too bad to work. I flicked through magazines and drank too much coffee just to keep occupied. At around 6:30 a.m., I pop into the kitchen to turn on the kettle, and I hear somebody come in and cough at the counter. I make my way from out of the back and see a tall, lanky, intoxicated man standing staring at the cigarettes. I apologize for his delay and ask him what I can help with. I'm horrible. I was taken aback a little bit by what this man just said and repeated myself and asked what I can help with. Well, I think I need you to punch me in the face. I'm a terrible man. I don't know why I did it. I don't know. At this point, I was borderline shitting bricks. I know that if this man wanted to hurt me, there is not much I could do. I'm tiny in comparison. I try and play it off as a joke and say something along the lines of, "Don't be crazy. I don't go punching people." The man is not amused by me. For the first time, he looks at me, leans over the counter, and starts slurring disgusting things that he wants to do to me. What if I banged you so hard you couldn't breathe anymore? What if I made you bleed? I'm going to make you gag. Since you're such a slut. I need you to punch me, he said. My heart had stopped. We had no panic buttons. The only phone I had was just out of reach, but even if I had got it, there was nowhere to lock myself in while I waited for help. I was frozen. I just stared at this man blankly until I heard, "What the heck did you just say?" And a loud crack as I watched my bloody rapper friend's jaw was no longer in line with his face. Apparently when I was making my coffee, 2 customers had come in. Lanky Butt Nugget and one of my faithful builders that was later disappointed no one informed him it was a snow day. My builder pal wrestled our lovely friend out of the store where he managed to pretty swiftly disappear considering the amount of snow. That morning, I made my builder friend a cup of tea and didn't charge him for his purchases as a massive thank you for what he did. Who knows what may have happened. This happened a few months ago in the McDonald's at Copenhagen Station. I am not Danish. I am only visiting the country for one day, and since I wanted to travel cheap, I decided to take the cheapest bus there, which just so happened to be the one arriving at 11 p.m. the day before. I thought I could save even more money by not renting a bed somewhere and instead spending the night awake or half asleep at the station, doing my business the next day and sleeping long and well on the bus back home. So this McDonald's is open 24/7. I pretty early discovered that the station was too cold for me to get some shut-eye, so I went inside, bought a coffee, and sat down at an empty table. Plenty of lighting and semi-drunk people to keep me awake, I thought. I should add I'm 23 and female. After some while of sitting in my spot, a strange guy walked over and placed a full cup of soda on my table. He said in Danish, something I believe meant, "I ate my food already. I didn't drink any. You should have it instead." I am Swedish, and although some Swedes understand Danish perfectly well, I have some difficulties doing so this is just a guess. Anyways, I didn't really pay much attention to the cup after it was put on my table. Just wrote it off as a random drunk trying to flirt. But I noticed that in front of me, a table away sat another guy, and he was watching me closely, because we did lock eyes the times I looked up to peek at him. This creeped me out. I really didn't like being watched like this, and he just sat there for nearly an hour, even though he had no food in front of him. In the end, this dude stood up and walked over to me, and I cursed internally, thinking I'd have to defend myself and tell him to leave. But he turned, and there stood the guy that had left the soda cup on my table. He told the soda guy to leave after pushing the soda cup back into his arms and said that he didn't want to see him anywhere near this place again. Then he turned to me and explained in English that that guy had walked by my table several times, glancing at me in the cup and probably waiting for me to drink it. He said he'd finished his meal a while ago and just stayed to watch over me, but had to leave and reminded me to be careful. I hadn't even noticed the soda guy supposedly pacing by. I was too fixated on this other dude, who just happened to be the good guy watching over me. Who knows what was in that soda, and what would have happened should I have gotten really thirsty and drank some of it. Hello, I'm a 20-year-old French girl, and I'm sorry in advance if there are any mistakes. I hope you can understand me. Alright, to put you in context, I am 20 years old like I said. I live in the suburbs in a small residence of 6 houses. My gate is very often broken, including today. That means 80% of the time it is wide open so anyone can fit into the small courtyard. My house has 1 floor and there are 4 bedrooms, including mine, and downstairs there is a guest bedroom, which is used as a treatment room because I have big health concerns. This is where all the equipment and medicines are stored, like morphine in doses that could kill an average person, and this is where the care takes place. Also, I have a dog. I am very close to him. He is a little bit of all my life. He feels everything to the point of feeling my epileptic seizures before they happen and recognizes the nurses who are arriving. He recognizes them by the sound of their tires when they arrive in the yard. He never barks except when there is a problem, and finally, a nurse spends 4 to 5 times a day to give me care at home, including infusions. That morning, like every morning, my liberal nurse arrived at 8 a.m. For the rest of the story, I'll call her Sandra. She takes care of me as usual. That is to say, an infusion of a painkiller. She replaces the antibiotic diffusers. She makes me a blood test and remakes the cassette of my morphine pump. We usually chat about everything and nothing. She tells me stories with patients during the treatment. My nurses are a very important part of my life. They have looked after me for 6 years now. She leaves after 40 minutes and says to me, "See you later. I'm sure I'll be a little bit late, but don't worry." That day I have a medical appointment in the morning and I'm all alone all day because my parents are working, except the nurse's passages every 4 hours. Once back from my meeting, I sit on the sofa with my dog while waiting for my nurse. After a while, I hear the tire noises. I get up because I think it's the nurse, but my dog started to growl behind the door. I look at the time, 11:50 a.m. I tell myself that it is a bit early, but sometimes instead of going after, my nurse exchanges me with the patient from before. I hear a knock and, surprised, I go to open it. Usually the nurses come in like that, and I see a young woman standing who I've never seen. She said to me, "Hello, are you my name? I'm Camille, a 3rd-year nursing student. Your nurse will be a little bit late, and she told me to come and start preparing and she will arrive." I'm not wary at all because I'm used to students coming, but I'm just a little bit surprised that Sandra didn't warn me because usually she warns me in the morning or sends me a message. And then she never leaves a student alone when it's the first time we see each other. I tell myself that she must have forgotten to tell me. I bring her in and show her the way to the treatment room. I take out the things for treatment while she washes her hands. My dog is weird. He growls at her as soon as she approaches me, and he turns around me. I was embarrassed, so I left him in the living room and closed the door to be quiet. I don't really care what she does. I let her do it. I'm on my phone at the moment. She begins to put the IV on the infusion stand and takes a syringe. Normally, we rinse my central catheter with a syringe of phi serum already made. You just have to open the packaging, and there I see it's not a pre-made syringe, but a syringe that she has prepared. I look up and see that the ampoules for my treatment are intact and have not been opened. Yet I did hear the sound of ampoules breaking. I'm starting to think it's weird, and there she starts to approach me to inject the syringe when I get a message from my nurse. I'll be there in 5 minutes. Can you start pulling out the material? What? My blood has only run for one spin. I got up and said, I'm going to the toilet. I'm coming. I ran and locked myself in the downstairs bathroom. The whole time my dog was barking and growling. When I opened the door, he followed me straight up, so we were both in the bathroom. So I sent a message to my nurse. There's Camille, your student. Don't worry. And then she replied, Who? I started crying and I was really scared. Camille, who came and said, Is everything okay? I think she could see I was staying a long time. I said, Yes, yeah. Then I heard my front door slam. 2 minutes later I hear it opened, but I hear my nurse. Came out of the bathroom crying and she asked me what happened. Told her about it and showed the treatment room. So we called the police. They came, they examined, and they took samples. The syringe and the rest of what Camille had prepared. The test results were received a few days after receiving the products in the syringe and the infusion. And the syringe was a paralyzer. She had put a dose that could have paralyzed a woman of 120 kilograms. I'm only 40. And in the IV, it was a medicine to lower the heart rate. But it was so concentrated that it would have stopped anyone's heart. Today, we still don't know who Camille is, and luckily, I never heard from her again. I specified that she stole all my opioids, but no other things like my tablet, which was on the bed, or my computer, which was in the living room. In retrospect, I realized that my dog had sensed that this person didn't want me well, and I tell myself that I should have watched her because she was just a student and that my treatments are not paracetamol. And I keep wondering what could have happened if I hadn't looked at my phone. I'll give you news as soon as I have it, and if you have any questions, please do not hesitate. I am omitting identifying details for privacy's sake. If your world absolutely cannot go on without them, feel free to DM me. You've got a 50-50 shot of me answering or telling you to leave me alone. Take it back to 2007 or 2008. I was 16 when this began and 18 or 19 when it finally went to court. Picture a Norman Rockwell-esque suburban family. Parents, 3 kids, a yard, and a dog, and a blink and you'll miss it, USA. One random day, a neighbor man has a mild dispute with his neighbor. As a totally warranted response, the neighbor man, NM here on out sometimes, takes every hose he has and floods their yard. Solid decisions lead to solid consequences, so naturally, he was fined for water waste. My parent runs the water in small town USA, and because NM lived a block from us, he decided to drive over to the water district shouting that he is an acquaintance of my parent. Second solid decision of many to come from NM. Absolutely no one takes kindly to name drops, folks, so tuck that gem away under life facts. My parent comes in and tells him even if his kids did this, they would have the same repercussions. Glossing over the fact that, other than maybe driving by one another, none of us have ever actually interacted with NM. NM repeats the name of the man working the front desk as well as my parents' name and claims, "It's now personal," and storms out. My family members and I began to see NM at random places constantly. The DMV, the grocery store, and our respective jobs. Apparently, when you're cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs and your parents pay for your house, you have all kinds of time to stalk. It went from random sightings while out and about to phone calls. The cliche 90s type of call and breathe hang-ups and I can see you variety. At this point, NM was more of an annoyance than scary, but as I have stated, when you underestimate crazy, you lose every time. NM began parking across from our house, staying from 6 p.m. to 4 a.m., just sitting in his car blasting music and staring at the house. The fool must have had the determination and bladder of a racehorse because, what the heck, who sits there for 10 hours? His music was also trash. Maybe he was just testing himself, seeing how long he could suffer through crappy music and a full bladder. I doubt anyone with a semi-rational concept of social interaction could fathom why. This went on from 3 to 4 times a week to a nightly occurrence. Imagine being a 16-year-old female that doesn't even feel comfortable changing in her room because of the prospect that he might see through the blinds somehow. Trying to sleep knowing he's out there. We were prisoners in our own home. He began to get bolder. NM drove his car, speeding and onto the sidewalk at my sibling and her partner while they were on the sidewalk out front coming home from a date. They both had to physically jump out of the way to avoid being hit. He made lewd gestures at me when I brought my dog out for a walk and was waiting for my sibling to come out and join us on the walk. It was so bad that I ended up crying and going inside. This had been going on for a year at this point. The cops always said the same thing. There's nothing we can do unless there is a threat made against you or somebody is harmed. My parent confronted NM, meaning he was tired of his crap and asking him what he thought he was doing. In the street after my incident, to which NM called the cops and they came asking us why we were harassing and threatening NM. I will never understand why the system waits until you are a victim rather than preventing someone from being victimized. Almost 2 years in and it's Christmas time. My parent has a brain aneurysm. Fortunately, they made it through without any lingering effects, which is extremely rare. I convinced my other parent, who had been living at the hospital with their sick partner, to come home and shower and eat. About 9 p.m., we get a knock at the door. A random man in ratty clothes, holding a Christmas present, says he is there to deliver it to the family name. We ask who sent him, and he says he can't say. We ask who he works for, and he shoves the gift at my parent and leaves. We are obviously uncomfortable opening it. The parent decides that they need to know what it is and opens the present. Inside is a 17-page document of the grounds on why NM is suing my parent that was currently in the hospital. Even I could tell it was fake with the grammatical errors and typos. NM took the time to sit and type this up himself, thinking it would scare us. The document and fake details he put in did not. The fact that this 40-something-year-old man was so fixated on our family that he sat and typed a 17-page fake document did scare us. Things progressed and NM began pacing in front of his car and pretending to have phone calls where he talked about pushing my parent down the stairs or knowing where we kids went to school and worked and how easy it would be to access us at any time. At the time, I worked a closing shift that led me off about 1 a.m. He would be parked next to my car and follow me home. One time I even tried to take random roads and he still stayed right behind me, pulling up to the house with NM parked across the street. Think neighborhood street with maybe 5 feet between a car parked on one side and one on the other. And having to get out and run to the door was a nightmare. We were all exhausted from not only the aneurysm scare, but also living looking over our shoulders. My parents' friend told her friend, who was a DA, a district attorney, about the situation. She called and came over and took our case pro bono. Testifying was a wild ride. We had to put in official statements prior to being called to the stand. We were not allowed to be in the room when a family member was testifying, nor were we allowed to talk in the halls as we waited for our turn. Imagine reliving 2+ years of traumatic experiences, being cross-examined where you are made out to be a liar and then not being able to have your family comfort or support you afterwards was not ideal. There was enough to put him away for 1.5 years, as well as grant a felony restraining order. We moved while he was still incarcerated. My sister passed while he was in prison and he immediately tried to sue her estate. She was 21 at her death when he was released. He claimed that her testimony from him running his car at her and her partner was false and the only reason he was locked up. Not the case, as there were harassment and stalking charges, and that the money people donated to a GoFundMe for her accident he was entitled to. There are so many more details, but this is already long enough. So NM, let's never ever meet again. You made us prisoners in our own home for years. Clearly, you are still the same and have not learned a single thing from your time locked up. Due to my engagement ending, I had to move back in with my alcoholic dad while I save up to get my own apartment somewhere. My dad and I had a fight, so I decided to go stay at my friend's house that night because I needed a break from the drunken shenanigans at my house. I've known this friend since middle school, but she's always had questionable taste in guys. I figured everything was fine though, since she and her boyfriend have an infant son together. Her boyfriend went out that night with his friends, and my friend and I hung out and played with her son and dog until 11, when we decided to go to sleep. She showed me to the guest room and then went to her room to sleep with the baby. At around 2 a.m., her boyfriend comes home with some friends. I heard them moving around outside my door, and they weren't acting like typical drunk people. So I opened my door a creak and peeped outside. They were shooting up heroin, and by the looks on their faces, they were already pretty tweaked out. My friend's apartment is a 200-year-old house converted into 2 apartments, so there were no locks on the doors unless you had a skeleton key. My friend has insomnia since her baby is pretty colicky, and they had just gotten to sleep, so I didn't want to wake her. Plus, I'd have to go past the tweakers to get to her. So I decided to just try to sleep and hope they would leave us be. About 5 minutes later, my door opens and light spills in. These 2 guys are staring at me from the doorway, giggling. "Are you awake, baby girl?" they asked, and I lay still and tried to keep my breathing slow and even so I'd look asleep. Then somebody says something from a different room, so the tweakers leave my doorway to go talk to whoever said something. I quickly shut the door and got an Uber. I climbed out the bedroom window, which was luckily broken and quite easy to get out of. Then I went to my friend's bedroom and knocked on her window and told her what was going on so she and the baby could leave with me. My friend packed the bag and sent the baby with me, but decided to stay home to make sure her boyfriend didn't do anything stupid. The next morning, she tells me she had to call the cops on the tweakers' friends because she caught them trying to steal out of her son's piggy bank and they wouldn't leave. I live in a pretty big Midwest city, about 35 minutes north of my hometown. I live in one of the stereotypical not so great areas of town, which is fine with me because it's cheap and my neighbors are great. I live with my best friend and his husband. They are high-ranking Buddhist monks. Yes, really. So they travel a lot, which means I'm left alone in my house about 6 months of the year. For the past month or so, I've been experiencing some really strange stuff. Not paranormal, but somebody is messing with me. A few weeks ago, 2 of my tires got slashed. Okay, fine, whatever. I have insurance and roadside assistance. A few days after that, my back window got smashed in. I drive a baby Kia Soul, and spray painted across the back was the word cunt. When I walked outside the next morning, I barely noticed it, but the street lamp made it pretty obvious. Needless to say, I was pretty upset. By the way, I honestly don't have any enemies. I have like maybe 5 or 6 friends that I hang out with on a weekly or bi-weekly basis. Other than that, I'm at work or home. So I went to work that day, smashed back window and all, and worked through the longest day of my life. I work 8 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. At about 1 p.m., I got a text from an unknown number with a bunch of laughing emojis. I didn't think anything of it because, you know, that 2016 life. Facebook, Tinder, etc. But I went home without any real worries that night and had some wine because it was a super crappy day. It wasn't until about 8 p.m. that night that I started getting really scared. That same random number had been texting me sporadically throughout the day, but I didn't respond. However, once I was home by myself, I got a text from the same number saying, "You look so pretty and relaxed. I hope you enjoy that book." I was having my 3rd glass of wine and reading a book at the time, so I was thoroughly terrified. I called my very best friend, ex-military and super scary. He's been there for a few days now, and I've still had a few creepy texts that only he replies to. It stopped for a day or so, but now we're sitting here in my bedroom and we just heard someone knock on my door. It's 11:18 p.m. on a Tuesday. My friend went to go check. He has a gun. Yay, the Midwest. As soon as he left my room, somebody knocked on my window a few times. I'm honestly not sure what to do now. My best friend can't stay here for weeks, and my other best friend won't be home for another 3 months. I hope I never meet this weird stalker person. Edit. I called the police on my way to work today. I'm going to talk to them this afternoon. Second edit. I went to the police station last night after work and gave them all of the info. Since there's been damage to property and the possibility of this person being in or around my house, they said it's now an active investigation. I did try Googling the number, but nothing came up because it's a cell phone. Not sure if those are public, and Facebook didn't turn anything up either. After reading through a lot of PMs and comments, I tried to dissect my life as much as possible to think of who this person could be. I've narrowed my list down to only one person. I gave their name to the police as well. Hopefully this ends soon because I'm ready to move on with my life and not be terrified of my own home. And thank you to everyone for all the kind words and great suggestions. I'll let you guys know if anything comes up. Third edit. After going through my life, like I said before, I think I've narrowed it down to someone that I had a short and no commitment relationship with about 4.5 years ago. He tried contacting me about 6 or 7 months ago, but I wasn't interested in having him be a part of my life again. He not only knows where I live, but he knows where I used to live as well, my parents' house, because he's my mom's next door neighbor. The police haven't been a huge help. I'm not sure what to do now. If it is him, I'm not just scared for myself, but for my mom as well. In the late 70s, my mom was in her 20s and living in a brand new apartment complex in Houston, Texas. It was so brand new that the phone service wasn't even fully working yet, and her building was one of the last to get access. My mom had just gotten back from a vacation to Cancun, and so had made a pretty hefty trip to the grocery store to restock her fridge and pantry. It took her several trips to the car and back, with her unlocking and relocking her front door each time she came in or out. During her trips, she noticed that a friend of her neighbor's was waiting outside their door. My mom had seen this man, Sven, and even hung out with him and her neighbors, a young couple, several times. He was Scandinavian, quite striking, and friendly. On her last trip up the stairs, Sven and my mom made eye contact once again, and he asked her, "Are they home?" with a nod to his friend's apartment. My mom replied that she didn't know. Sven explained that the three of them were meant to go to a movie but just assumed they were running late. My mom felt bad for him and said that she would offer for him to use her phone, but the service was out. Instead, she invited him to wait inside her apartment until her neighbors got home. My mom is a cautious woman. Even by her 20s, she had dealt with many creepy encounters. She always locked doors, looked twice, never made herself look timid, and questioned everyone's motives. She thought that she knew Sven well enough to know that he was well-intentioned and harmless. She and Sven entered the apartment, and he made himself comfortable on her couch. My mom went to putting her groceries away and grabbed a can of soda. She called to Sven. "Do you want some Coke?" he replied. "No thanks, I brought my own." My mom peeked around the doorway to see Sven arranging lines of cocaine on her coffee table. She walked out to him and he offered her some. She said a quick, "No thanks," and he told her to suit herself and lowered his face to the table with a rolled up dollar bill to his nose. My mom stood over him, watching in confused disbelief. She came to her senses and told him, "I think you should leave." He scoffed and began to reach for her arm. She tried to pull away, but he grabbed her and began to pull her down on top of him. She ripped herself from his grip and told him, "I'm a big, strong girl and I can mess you up. I think you need to leave now." He gave her an amused, impressed grin and left her apartment without further trouble. As soon as Sven was gone, my mom locked her door and waited in a state of shock. After several minutes, she looked out of her window to see Sven and his shiny Excalibur parked perpendicular behind the car, effectively blocking her from leaving. Panic set in. Her phone was out. Everyone in her family and group of friends knew this. They wouldn't know to be worried when they didn't hear from her. She had no way of contacting anyone or leaving for help without Sven noticing. She waited for nearly half an hour, staring out the window to keep an eye on Sven. Suddenly, he pulled away. My mom had her purse and keys ready and bolted out the door, ran down the stairs and jumped in her car, locking the door instantly. She thought she was home free, but as she looked in her rearview mirror to reverse, she saw the Excalibur parked behind her again, blocking her from leaving. Horror filled her as she realized that he had just circled the complex in hopes of this very thing happening. He grinned at her from his window as she struggled with what to do. She put her car in reverse, but he didn't budge. He just smiled even more, laughing to himself. Then my mom realized that this Excalibur he was driving was worth a whole lot more than her beat-up car. She smiled back at Sven as she slammed the gas pedal, throttling her car backward as fast as it would go. Sven, fearing the damage that would come to his car, pulled out of the way quickly, leaving room for my mom to escape. My mom pulled out of the complex. Sven followed. She got into Highway 59, a very busy freeway that went through the most populous parts of town. Still followed. He was close behind her, swerving and changing lanes when she did. Up ahead, my mom saw traffic. She swerved in front of a car that had been braking for it, and Sven got left behind. My mom drove to her friend's house, banging on the door to let her in. They sat in her friend's apartment watching for Sven, but he never came. She had lost him. When my mom told friends and family this tale, they thought she was overreacting and embellishing the story. They know how cautious she was and figured it was an overactive imagination on her part. Nobody believed her fully until a few months later when, looking at a magazine rack, my mom saw Sven's face on the cover of Houston City magazine. She snatched it up and read the story. Sven, who worked at the notorious Screw magazine, had been arrested for assaulting multiple women. He would overpower them when they were in vulnerable positions, tie them up, and do a lot of bad things to them, such as urinating on them, while doing all kinds of other demeaning, humiliating acts on them. He was only convicted of assaulting 2 of them, but there were other victims whose cases just didn't have enough proof. Very soon after, my mom's neighbors moved out quickly and without a trace left behind. She wonders to this day if they had anything to do with Sven's antics or if they were just as unaware as she had been. I was 14 years old and embracing rebellion against my parents, administrators, and anyone else who tried to stand in my way. A year earlier, I was arrested at school for possession of marijuana, and I was forced to attend court-ordered NA, along with other rehab counseling. My mom had dropped me off in a sketchy area of town for my weekly meeting that lasted from 8 to 10 p.m. It was summertime, so the sun had set before I got out. The NA meeting was hosted in a halfway house, on a block that had been pretty much occupied by nothing but other halfway houses. My mother was unaware of this at the time. The guys in my NA group were amazing. They had been through a lot and came out on the other side. They listened to me, understood me, gave me advice that I would cherish for years to come, and eventually protected me from grave danger. The house my NA meeting was located in happened to be on a one-way street with no street parking. However, there was a gas station around the corner that had ample parking. So my mom told me to walk about 2.5 blocks to the gas station after the meeting for her to pick me up. After my group one night, I made my way up the street, heading for the gas station, which was directly behind the houses I was passing. I got to the last house on the block, right before I planned to turn left to go 1 block west to my pickup. That's when I saw them. There was a group of men on the porch, maybe 5 or 6, and one with a mirror on his lap. They immediately called out to me, asking my name, what I was doing. I ignored them and sped up my pace, but before I could get past, they were walking towards me. One of them asked for the time, and I immediately knew I had to run. I sprinted back down the street from where I'd come, and they proceeded to chase after me. I knew I couldn't outrun them, so I dipped into a driveway, drove under a parked truck, and hid knowing my life was on the line. They followed me within inches of where I hid. I could hear them saying, "Where the heck did she go? Find her." I trembled, lying on my belly underneath the truck, waiting for someone to drag me out by my ankles. They searched the yard. I could hear them pushing through the bushes to find me. After several minutes, which felt like forever, they decided that I must have gotten away and returned to their halfway house. I slid out from under the truck and climbed a fence that separated the property I was on from the house my meeting was in. I ran back into my meeting house, where they were still all gathered, and told them what happened. I wish I could still remember their names, but I will never forget the way they comforted me and the protective nature they displayed. As soon as I told them what happened, several of them stood up and took action. I don't know what they did, but I was chaperoned by the few guys that stayed behind back to the gas station where my mother was waiting anxiously. We told her this scenario and she took me to the police station to make a report. We never heard if any legal action was taken, but I have no doubt that my NA boys unleashed a furious vengeance on those weirdos. I wish I could have spent more time with them. This is the first time I've ever typed this story out. This whole thing happened about 6 years ago, and the memory still lives rent-free in my head. I figured making a post may help the healing process a little bit. Time will tell. I'm also not a fluent Redditor, so if this is not the right format or whatever, apologies in advance. Even that first paragraph gave me a feeling of dread, so I'll do my best to translate my thoughts as fluently as possible. I grew up in a town that was pretty small in Louisiana. I was 21 at the time. There isn't much to do in my hometown. There is the bar life, which is pretty much the only nightlife aside from the titty bar, which is like a high school reunion in there. And aside from some pool tables and dartboards, there isn't much for a girl to do in there that doesn't involve the shaking of one's booty. I worked at the bowling alley with my best friend. I'll call her Shay. Shay is a sweetie, but I'll be the first to admit that she always had a tendency to think about nothing, and her mouth worked 10 times faster than her brain did. We had a place that we hung out at since high school. It was a place down a wooded trail near the canal where we would listen to music, drink, and smoke weed. I'll admit that things here could get a little bit sloppy, but for the most part, it was sort of our little getaway for the night. We would usually just make a fire, talk crap, and get wasted. Shay, her boyfriend, and I went to the spot. We were joined by another guy that we went to school with and a guy that I'll call Rod. Rod, for the lack of a better term, was an absolute degenerate piece of crap human garbage. He was always around in some capacity. He was 26 at the time of this story, which shows that he hung around with younger people. And when I was in high school, he would hang out with our classmates. Rod was a real rough guy. I use this term very loosely. He loved flexing on people and fighting. The catch was that he would only get into fights with people that he knew he could beat, and if he didn't think he could beat someone, he always made sure to have one of his mom's various boyfriends present to back him up. I assume this is why he hung around younger people. Nobody his age took him seriously, or at the very least, didn't bother with him. Rod had been banned from the aforementioned titty bar, and trust me when I say if someone ever got banned from that place, they had to be a real loser. He had also served in the army for a brief period but was discharged. He claimed dishonorable, but there were theories that he was absent without leave. Not sure of the validity of any of that. Well, Rod ended up at the spot. I immediately loathed his presence. Pardon my language, but he wanted everyone to think he had big dick energy. You know the type. A complete tool. We were having a few beers and some of the green stuff was being passed around. Thankfully, I didn't partake in smoking this evening, but Rod did break out some of the white powder stuff and, in typical psychopath fashion, he snorted it off a Bowie knife that he always kept strapped to his belt. Shay and her boyfriend had gone off into the woods to do some adult couple stuff. In the process of their intoxication, they completely abandoned me with Rod and the other guy. Rod made some suggestive remarks to me, mostly having to do with my ability to... I think we can all piece it together. The guy that was with us started getting uncomfortable and decided to bail, leaving me with Rod. Trust me, this was never going to be a thing and I wasn't going to stay with him alone. Finally, as I'm gathering my things to leave, he just asks outright if I wanted to have sex with him. I gave him a no. This led us to an argument where he called me some very unflattering things. I don't know how long this lasted, but it was long enough. The next thing I know, he grabs me by the shirt and rips it, and before I could comprehend anything else, I was lying face down in the dirt, feeling like I had been punched in the stomach and like I was peeing on myself. I looked up at him and realized that he had stabbed me. He had a look of shock on his face, then a look of panic. He approached me, and to this day, I don't know what for. I was able to get my hands on a clump of concrete and smashed him in the face with it, which gave me some time to flee. I was bleeding profusely from my abdomen, and let me tell you, when your body starts shutting down, it is one of the weirdest feelings in the world. I knew I was dying, and I knew I wasn't going to make it. And I was expecting at some point to see white lights and dead relatives. As I made my way through the trees, I did see visions of my mother, which I followed. And when I would stop, I would hear voices instructing me to keep going. Yeah, it's cheesy, I know, but I didn't get to choose my dopamine hallucinations. In reality, my mom didn't show me anything I didn't know, and the voices were telling me some very common sense things. It just goes to show you how your brain works in response to trauma sometimes. I eventually made it to a road where I finally ran into a fish and wildlife agent, to who this day I give full credit for saving my life. Rod was arrested after a few days. He actually passed away while incarcerated. Never had to see the inside of a courtroom. Never bothered to figure out how. The trauma didn't end there though. Rod's mother spent months harassing my family over his arrest, and at one point she confronted me and called me a whore. This prompted my older sister to slap her, and my older brother later went to their house. Still not sure what he said or did, but the harassment stopped. I have a constant reminder anytime I take my shirt off over my abdomen. I developed a pain pill addiction due to this, which I kicked. It was accidental due to, well, pain. Shay fell into a depression for a time over the guilt of leaving me. I forgave her and told her she couldn't expect him to stab me, but I would be lying if I said I didn't hold some animosity over it for a while. I'm doing much better in the past couple of years. I still haven't come to terms with everything, but I'm making progress. I only have flashbacks once or twice a day now, where it used to be much more frequent. I've come to view my scar as a triumph rather than a defeat though. This was a big step. It probably took you a few minutes to read or listen to this, but it took me over 2 hours to write it. I hope the rest of your week treats you well. This little encounter occurred a few years ago when I was maybe 15 or 16. I'm 18 now. A few friends and I decided to take a hike of sorts through the desert behind my friend's house to visit a nearby cemetery. We timed our trip poorly because once we reached the cemetery, the sun was setting and it was getting pretty dark. So instead of walking back through the desert, which was filled with these weird pitfalls and dangerous animals, we instead took the long way around. The roads are purple and our walking path is red. Everything is labeled. I hope this is okay. I'm not very articulate with words. Anyways, we were almost back home, just about to reach our high school, lights, and civilization when we saw this man just standing in the middle of the road. He has this big gun, a shotgun, resting on his shoulder as he stares down the road. He hasn't seen us yet. My friend and I just stop and stare at each other like, what do we do? We decide to just keep walking and mind our own business. The man hears us and spins around, now staring at us. We do the whole deer in headlights thing until the man starts to just freaking laugh. Terrified, we bolt. Adrenaline was pumping through my body faster than my blood was. That man tried to run after us for a bit, but didn't keep up. The next day, I was at my same friend's house when sirens started to blare throughout the entire neighborhood. Apparently, someone with a gun had been running around and attacked someone. Not with the gun, but still cops were called and somebody was taken in. I have no idea if it was the same man or a scary coincidence, but manic laughing gun enthusiast who may or may not have followed us home, let's not meet again. I've been lurking on this subreddit for quite some time, and I've decided to share my own experience. This is recent, about a month ago, the 7th of September. I grew up in a small homophobic and racist town in Alberta, so when I got the chance to go to the city and study, I took it. I'm living in a residency with about 20 other girls. Most of them have become cliquey, and because I identify as a lesbian and my attire is goth, I was set apart instantly. But I found someone else who shares my love of cult horror movies and Hot Topic. I'll call her Nat for this story. A month ago, she and I had both just moved in, so we instantly connected since we were socially awkward and intimidated by all the preppy thin blondes that seemed to dominate our residence housing. But Nat and I are really different too. While I come from a severe medical condition that messes with my weight, Nat has been diagnosed with borderline personality disorder and often does risky things that I still have to pull her out of. The first time I ever got her out of danger was probably the worst event that's happened to me, and the riskiest. Nat and her boyfriend Jay are in an open relationship. It's not a bad thing at all to me. I think it's fine, really. But initially, Nat decided that she wanted to find a potential partner on Tinder. And yes, you can see where this is going already. She meets this guy named T, who is of Arabic heritage, dresses like a player, and initially talks sweet. Red flag number 1 happened when he asked her to meet at a nearby park off campus. I instantly felt a little bit unsure, so Jay and I tailed Nat to make sure she wouldn't get grabbed. About halfway there, the guy comes out and greets her with a big smile, and we are introduced. He acted nice, so none of my alarm bells went off. I thought I was being paranoid about the whole thing. Mistake number 1 happened when we let Nat be alone in her room with this dude. But before she went to see him, we agreed on a code word she could text or call Jay and me. Peanut butter cups. Don't laugh. She mentioned that she had a sweet tooth, and it was the first thing I thought of. So Jay and I are downstairs in the common area. We hear a shout. We're unsure, and then Nat sends Jay a text. Peanut butter cups. Shit. We go upstairs, and the guy is on her bed, and Nat is sitting across from him with another girl in the room I didn't really know. I just knew she lived down the hall. I asked Nat if she still wanted the peanut butter cups I had in my room, and she agreed, Jay staying in the room with the girl as we walked out. Once we were on my floor, I live upstairs from her. She told me he made her super uncomfortable and to cover for her, so of course I agreed. I go upstairs and I tell the guy that Nat forgot some homework and I had her textbook, so she'd be busy for the rest of the night, and he had to go. This guy was standing at least 6 foot. Me 5'5" on a good day. Like I also mentioned, I have issues with my weight, and I'm not physically fit as a result. This guy looked like he could bench press me. Mistake number 2 was that for a good 2 minutes I was alone with him. We were walking up the steps to the automatically locking doors that led outside, and he asked me, "So, like, do you want to bang?" I don't mind fat girls. Yeah, you see why Nat was scared. I only glared and said nothing until he got outside and I had the automatically locking door between him and me, and that's when I said it. If you ever come back here again or I catch you doing this, I will rip your dick off. Now, please note that when I say I'm goth, I have full makeup on most of the time. That night I was trying some new eyeshadow and wore full black lipstick. My blue eyes also stand out more. So imagine this chubby girl with full goth attire basically threatens a dude no more than 2 feet away who could knock her out in a second or worse. He took 2 steps back and looked at me as if I were going to make good on my threat. Then he called me a bunch of names. I called him an animal and I told him to leave before I made good on my threat. As he walked away around the building, he muttered something about getting lucky. When I went back inside after making sure he left, Nat told me that when she was in her room, he had tried to initiate stuff. Of course, she refused since she didn't feel like doing it then, and he lunged. He pinned her to the bed and grabbed her chest and stuff. Luckily, the girl I mentioned heard the commotion and knocked. That made him get off of her and leave her alone. Also, this isn't the first time this dude has tried something on campus. Last year, he attempted to get a girl to go with him to his house, but she refused. He quickly became violent and campus security had to get involved, and he was escorted off the premises. We are all first years in this building, so we had no idea this was a thing that happened. Now the cops are looking for him since this is his second offense. They haven't caught him yet. He also took down his Tinder page before we could get his name. I'm very lucky I wasn't hurt because this guy was miraculously afraid of me. I got out with nothing but a small panic attack afterwards. Nat has to go to mandated therapy since her assault. Neither of us have or ever will use Tinder again. This may not seem like much to some of you, but again, this is the second time he's tried this, and he can get violent. We also don't know if he was armed or not, and I was alone with him for a couple of minutes while I escorted him out. This first one was a 4-year experience of unknown number callers who would call my sister's cell phone, which I shared with her, and then hang up. Often it would be silence or very low breathing. It would happen all the time during the day but never at night, which made my mother think it was a prank from one of my schoolmates. But what changed was when I was 16. I was with my friend Terry when we got one of those calls. It had to be around 7 or 8 at night and I was sick of this stuff. I picked up the phone and put this person on a group call. My sister, Lexi, Terry, and I all screamed obscene words at this unknown person and told him to stop calling. Immediately after we hung up, he called back. We put him to voicemail. He called again. He called 5 more times before we decided to do something. Terry called the police using her phone as I checked the voicemails. They were all some unrecognizable guy and girl laughing and saying our names. They sounded like adults but were completely incoherent and hysterical. One minute they were angry, the next laughing. It creeped us the heck out. The police said they couldn't trace the call, and when we asked Verizon to, they said it wasn't possible. This was the mid-2000s. Eventually they stopped calling. But as soon as they stopped, another form of harassment started. Lexi and I were walking home from high school, like any normal day, when we walked up to 3 police cars, lights flashing, parked in our driveway. We caught 2 men with guns out sneaking through our first floor garage. Not knowing what else to do, we followed them, opening the door inside the garage to see them walk up our stairs. My mom's boyfriend Ray had left it open to mow the lawn in the backyard, which he was doing at the time. He didn't hear or see the police roll up. "What the heck are you doing?" Lexi asked. One of the police officers turned to us with the gun pointing downwards. She looked angry from what I remembered and called to the others in the house. She led us outside and asked if one of us was Lexi. My sister nodded, freaked out and shaking. The police officer asked if she made the call to 911. He pointed out that we had just come home from school. The other officer confirmed that with my mother, who was standing like a stone in the kitchen. Apparently, someone had made a call, saying they were my sister, that there was someone in the house with a gun trying to kill her. I was suspicious of my sister at first, since we did have a cell phone and it sounded like something her stupid friends would have done as a prank, but the police officer confirmed that the call was made from inside the house, using our home phone. This happened once more later that year around the same time. That time nobody was home and they waited until Lexi and I arrived back to confirm what happened. The second time the police were much more understanding and were actually worried for our safety. Nothing came out of it and my mom still lives at home safe and sound. Though to this day we still have no idea what went on or why somebody would do that or even how. Anyways, thanks for listening. This happened a bit over a week ago, and I felt like the first bigger shock and paranoia had settled a little bit, so I wanted to share what happened with me. I will begin my story time with a little explanation about how my apartment building is designed, as that info is quite essential in my opinion to understanding the story. I have also included some pictures to help explain. If it matters, I am female 21. So I live in a medium-sized town nearby the center area, but still in a somewhat quiet neighborhood. My building basically has elders and family people living here. But hence the location, the main doors are always locked, so you either need to have a key or have somebody buzz you in order to get inside the building. Once you enter the building, there's obviously the staircase. Well, at each mid-floor, there are these small balconies. I don't really understand why though, as each apartment has its own balcony too. But sometimes people can clean their carpets on there. I live on the 3rd floor, and you can see directly into my bedroom from the balcony, which is located on the 2.5 floor. I will explain one more thing before beginning with the juicy stuff itself. My building is also located behind a big school building, so I usually don't close my curtains, as there's nothing but a big empty parking lot in front of the building at night. A lot of people wouldn't be wandering around it anyway. Now let's get into the actual experience. It was the night between Wednesday and Thursday, and I didn't have any work the next day, so I was just spending some quality time, aka watching YouTube from my tablet. I hear some noise coming from the hallway, kind of heavy footsteps, and the sound of someone occasionally bumping into the handrail as if drunk or just tired. But that's nothing unusual, as I live in a building with other people living in it, so you do hear noise even at night. The part where it gets weird is when I heard the footsteps end on my floor. My bedroom wall on the side of my bed where my head is are located against the wall where the staircase is on the other side of. So it was clear that the person had stopped. I don't hear any doors opening or any footsteps anymore. Just silence. I found it kind of disturbing that somebody was just standing in the hallway in the middle of the night. After a while of silence, I heard the footsteps again, but this time more quiet and gentle. Starting to walk back down the stairs. I just thought maybe somebody was drunk and entered the wrong staircase. It's not a big deal, they're gone now. I continued my YouTube marathon for a while before getting kind of sleepy. One thing I enjoy before going to bed is looking out of my window. There's one main road located at the end of the big parking lot, so sometimes I just watch cars passing by before going to sleep. So I put on some music with quiet volume, apartment buildings, and began my staring session. During the second song, I suddenly noticed a small source of light and some movement in the bottom left corner of my eyes. I lowered my gaze and just froze. There was a man on the small balcony staring at me for who knows how long, in my bedroom in just my t-shirt and underwear. After what felt like at least a few minutes of being frozen in shock, probably was more like 5 seconds, I quickly closed the blinds and went to check that both of my apartment doors were properly closed and locked. Luckily they were. After a while of shivering in my bed, I came to the realization that the man staring at me was most likely the source of the footsteps. He perhaps had heard the sound of someone being awake in my apartment and listened to that for a while. Then I noticed the balcony and decided to check it out and noticed that you can see into windows from there. I'm not completely sure, but I think he could have possibly seen me before I even went to look outside from the window, as I had a small light on in my room and it was relatively dark outside, and I had no curtains on. If he didn't see me before though, he sure as heck did while I was staring out the window. At that point, feeling the discomfort of being creeped at without knowing, my thought process was stopped by the sound of someone trying to open my door. Luckily, my door is quite secure, so I didn't think this person could get it open. But then I heard the small letterbox being opened as slowly and quietly as possible. I still feel the hair on the back of my neck standing up while typing this out. I have 2 doors, thankfully, so he couldn't see directly into my apartment, but I could hear him. He was breathing sort of heavily, constantly swallowing as if he were either very nervous or just somehow disturbed. Creeping on people. Disturbed. No way. I think I held my breath and changed into a motionless wax figure until he closed the letterbox and, for some reason, sprinted down the stairs, making a lot of noise again this time. I was so fixated on each sound that I heard the sound of the hallway door being opened, and I assumed he ran out. I didn't dare to look out the window to check, as I was still feeling watched. Nothing more that night happened anymore, but I was certain of getting no sleep for the rest of the night. I called up my mom and explained what happened. She had work the next day, so I didn't want to disturb her sleep more by asking her to come sleep here or pick me up. So we just agreed we would keep the phone line open, Throughout the night, I drank 2 energy drinks. Not such a great idea when your pulse rate is already sky high, and stayed up until it was light outside and normal people were awake. Fell asleep unwillingly. I didn't see the man anymore, at least up until this very moment as I'm typing this, and I hope to never see him again. But what did happen and has made me even more paranoid is this. The next time I had work after the incident was on Monday morning. I hadn't really been sleeping well lately and had an early morning. I was already somewhat all over the place, but this just scarred me for life. As I explained before, I have 2 doors in my apartment. Well, I was leaving for work and opened the inner one, and to my damn surprise, I saw the outer door slightly cracked open. I felt like throwing up and just running into my mom's arms like a little girl, just to go somewhere safe. But instead, I had to go to work. The rest of the day I kept looking over my shoulder, constantly having this weird feeling that somebody would come to get me, like someone was watching. Just not a good state of mind. I hadn't heard anything at night, so I am assuming I was just exhausted from not sleeping properly, but I'm so thankful for having 2 doors because however he managed to ever so quietly open that outer door, he could have entered the apartment where I was basically passed out and done anything to me. I reported these 2 incidents to the building's management, and together we filed a police report. They promised to have someone guard the premises, a while until the situation settles down. I am sleeping still at my mom's house and hoping that once I return home, I'll be safe and one day be able to get rid of the paranoia. I will not be keeping my curtains open, nor checking out the window at night for a while. Thank you for listening. I had to get this out. I grew up in a small town, low crime and typical life. I've had the same friends for years. We all went to the same school our whole lives. I've been graduated from high school for 5 years now, and I keep in touch with several friends from then, but not many. 2 years ago, my friend Tracy contacted me through text and said that there was something creepy she had to tell me. I don't think much of this because she's always been that odd, quirky friend. She didn't fit in with high school, but I think it's because she was more mature and put together than people our age. Anyways, I invite her over to my house, which is a 10-minute walk from hers. She said that she'll be right over. A few minutes later, she shows up. I'll never forget the look on her face. Pale, cold, and wide-eyed. I tell her to come sit down and talk. She said that her dad received a letter in the mail. Her dad is a custodian at her high school. A really sweet, quiet guy. I ask her what it's about, not realizing what we were getting ourselves into. She said her dad received a letter in the mail with no return address. His name was typed, and the letter was typed as well. She said that the letter said that 2 men were sodomized, cut up, and buried into the septic system behind the barber shop. She said that it names the victims' names, as well as the murderers. There were 3 of them. She didn't have the letter with her, but she said that she would send me a picture of it tonight. I ask her if her dad has reported it to the police, and she says not yet. We need to go to the barber shop. It's only a 10-minute walk from my house, so whatever. And honestly, we were just trying to freak ourselves out, maybe have a little fun. Maybe that's weird, but whatever. We walk there, iPhones in hand, ready to take some pictures. We go to the shop. It's obviously closed as it's around 10 o'clock at night. We had to walk on the lawn to get close to the window, our faces pressed against the glass to see in. We took some pictures of the window and tried looking inside, but there are blinds in the window. He has some weird knickknacks in it, and the sign is super old, but nothing is out of blue. Then my stomach sank. Even to this day I get shivers up my spine. Paul was sitting in the back of the shop directly staring at us. He was sitting slouched over in the chair, his arms dangling off the side and his feet crookedly below him. His face was scruffy with a beard, his eyes as cold as the night. He was staring directly at us. The disturbing part was that he was sitting in the complete dark. The only light was faintly seen from a room in the back corner. The other disturbing part was that it was around 10:30 on a weekend night, and he's sitting in his shop by himself, in the dark. He didn't move and didn't say anything. He just sat there staring at me. I mean, it's his shop. We were trespassing. He had every right to be staring at me. But the way he was staring, just so deeply into me, felt like forever. I knew that there was no way that he knew that we had read this letter, but I think he knew. We got the heck out of there. The next day, I check my emails and I find the letter in my inbox. On May 19th, 1974, Carl Brahm and Tom Lumsden were kidnapped, sodomized, cut up and buried in the sub-tank in my father Paul Lung's barbershop, Twitch. Pete Swan, Stump, and Trevor Manson, Butch, were responsible for the deaths as well. I'm obviously freaked out by this and decide to Google the victims. Sure enough, they show up on Canada's missing website, Cold Case. I'm freaking out, but I decide to send the info to Tracy. Tracy calls me and tells me that her dad took the letter to the police. A few weeks later, the police informed her dad that they had received the same letter from multiple people in our town. They used the stamp to trace back where it was from, Toronto. Apparently, it was written by the daughter of the barber who has mental illnesses. They refused to look into the case. At the time, I worked at the one and only grocery store in our town. I saw Paul all the time. Every time, he would just give me this sly smile. I knew that he knew it was me who was looking in his window, so one day I decided to confess. I walked up to him while he was in the produce section. "Paul," I stammered. "Hey, just wanted to apologize for looking in your window. It was wrong of me to do that." Paul continued inspecting the cabbage, acting as if he couldn't hear me. "It won't happen again," I said as I began to walk away. "I hope it does." Turn around and look at him. He stands there and gives me that smile. I told some of my coworkers about what happened, and a coworker of mine told me how one time they had a garage sale and Paul was bragging to her mom about how he neutered his own dog with garden shears. So, end of story. Nothing happens. It still totally freaks me out to this day, but I no longer live near that town, so there's that. So this just happened 2 hours ago. I'm a guy in my early 20s. There's a park close to the place I live. You follow this road that goes down to the small river. The road begins in a fairly populated area, and as you go down to the river, maybe 200 meters, you get to the park near the small river. The park does not have any lights, and even though it's surrounded by many residential buildings, it's still isolated, with the trees all around, like a small forest. There is a specific area that I go to when I want to chill out for a bit. It's at the end of the park. There's a stone I like to sit on. To get to this area, you have to walk across an open grassy field. I come here when I want to chill out by myself and have a place for peace of mind for a bit, escaping from the everyday madness that life can be. So anyways, it was around 10 p.m. I grab my bike and I start riding towards this place. It takes me no more than 5 minutes to get there with my bike. Even though it's night and the park is pitch black, I still wanted to go and smoke a cigarette or two near the river in the beautiful nature. So I get there, park my bike right next to the stone, light up a cigarette, pull out my phone and watch something on YouTube, while enjoying the calmness around me with the sound of water flowing. Spent 30 minutes looking at my phone when I caught a glimpse of something in the dark. I'm getting the chills as I typed this. At first, I thought my mind was playing tricks on me. It was pitch black after all. After a few seconds, I realized something is actually definitely there, 10 to 15 meters away from me. I got up to get a better look and I noticed that the dark silhouette was slowly moving towards me as if to not make a sound, and then it suddenly dropped to the ground. As I saw the movement on the ground, I thought it must be an animal, a raccoon maybe. Why the heck would a person slowly move towards me, then drop to the ground when I noticed it, right? I turned on the lights on my bicycle and pointed it towards the dark figure. It was not an animal. It was a random man, ducking down and staring at me. Now, keep in mind, I'm at the dead end of the park, and no roads lead to here. You have to get through that open field to get here. The light of my phone was definitely visible to him. "Hi," I say, as soon as the light revealed him. I did this kind of automatically. I guess I was looking for a reaction. I did just bust him trying to sneak up on me. "Turn it off," he says. "Why?" I say, still not really thinking and being on autopilot. "Turn it off," he says again, still ducking down, not moving. "I'm just going to leave," I said as I'm getting on my bike, still carefully watching for his movement. As I'm driving away, I'm still looking at him closely. He got up, made a few steps toward the place I was sitting at, and then ducked down again. I got far enough away to feel safe again, and I instantly wondered what would have happened had I kept my eyes on the phone for another minute. I guess I won't be chilling at places like those anymore. Not during the night. What were his intentions? He was definitely trying to stay quiet in the dark. Scary stuff. This is a good reminder that sickos do exist. Stay safe, everyone. So, this girl that I was with at the time, and I needed to have a talk. Yep, that one. And we decided that we should go to our local college town statue to do so. Many kids that go to our college went here to hang out, take pictures, and climb on the statue. Basically, the statue was 30 minutes away in the middle of just farmland. The road to get there is a small one-lane each direction road. I don't know the story behind it or anything, but it is popular, and you would think safe place. So we decided to head out, and it was probably around 1 a.m. at that point. You could see the stars and all of that. It was pitch black outside. When we got there, I got a really creepy feeling, but we wanted to take a look at the statue, so we got out of my car anyways, and proceeded to walk to it. About a 5-minute walk from the gravel parking spot. We took a look and decided to get back in my car because it was dark and pretty cold outside. This is when I decided to keep my engine running and back up into the spot so I could look at the small road to see if anything was happening. About 10 minutes into our conversation, I see a large white SUV. I think it was an Escalade drive past us. I didn't think a whole lot of it, but it was the only car that we'd seen all night. The car drives maybe a quarter mile down the road and suddenly does a 3-point turn. Weird, but no problem. He then comes back towards us and takes a right onto a side road that sat directly behind us. At this point I'm like, okay, he missed a turn, no problem. About a quarter mile down this side road, the SUV does another 3-point turn and is now facing my car directly. The SUV is stopped 100 feet or so in front of us with its headlights blaring down on my car. A compact sedan. Now, I was like, okay, this is super weird. I'm gonna get out of here. Suddenly, the car drives straight ahead into our gravel lot, which sort of blocks off the only entrance and exit. The SUV then just sits here again, and we are directly facing each other. At this point, all of my spidey senses are in full gear, and I'm ready to book it. The girl with me was like, no, we need to finish talking. He's just being weird. I decide to just start hauling ass, and as soon as I squeeze my car out of the lot onto the road, the SUV is tailing me. So I'm looking okay. This dude obviously wants to do something with us. I told the girl to call the cops, but of course, in the middle of nowhere, there's no service. I start to push my car, and I'm going 120 plus miles per hour on this small country road. Surrounded by nothing, mind you. And of course, the SUV is right on my ass. The road that we are on is a straight nothingness for 15 plus miles or so, and we just continue driving. Once we finally started to reach a sense of civilization, there was an intersection with other cars. I finally get my sigh of relief, and this guy will leave us alone. So, just to test and trick him, I turn on my left turn signal and get ready to turn. I turned my wheel enough so that it would look like I was going to turn. Then I put my entire weight on my gas and went straight. He followed me exactly, with the turn signal turning, accelerating, everything. A couple of miles later, we finally get reception and call the police. As we were on the phone with them, there is a brightly lit gas station. One of those big ones like Quick Trip or Racetrack. And we turn into that because if this dude is going to kill or kidnap us, he's going to have to do it where other people could see. As soon as I turn into that gas station, he books it and hauls ass to wherever the heck he was going. We gave a description and what happened to us to the dispatcher and continued on our conversation. To this day, I don't know what that person wanted or what their objective was, but I'm glad I didn't find out. This is my first time posting on Reddit, and I am not the best writer, but the subreddit reminded me of something that happened a while ago. Please excuse me if the story jumps around a bit, because it's honestly confusing for me still, and I'm the one it happened to. About 2 years ago, when I was 17, I received a Facebook message from somebody named Dan who I didn't recognize. I had mutual friends with him, and he looked to be around the same age as me, so I wasn't alarmed. What follows are the messages. Dan: hello, how have you been? I haven't seen you in a few years. Me: hi, not trying to be rude, but do we know each other? Yeah, you don't really know me? I didn't respond. Wow, what a real nice way to treat a family friend. Sorry, I just don't recognize you. Dan then sent a picture of me and him together from when we were little, and I mean really little, like I looked maybe 2 or 3 and he looked 5 or 6. Oh wow, did our parents used to be friends or something? I was your neighbor. You really don't recognize me. Come on, I didn't move that long ago. He in fact moved a long time ago, at least 12 years ago. So I honestly feel like it's not that uncommon for me to not recognize someone who I haven't seen or talked to since I was like 4. Anyways, the conversation continued like that. I apologized for not remembering him and just started catching up. He was being nice enough and I was bored, so whatever. No harm, no foul. After we kept talking, I started remembering more about him. Like, I remembered him coming over and swinging in my backyard, and me going over to his house with my big brother and all of us hanging out together. Dan was a few years older than me, at least 2, but I can't remember exactly. Anyways, we kept talking on Facebook, just messaging back and forth about normal things, until it started to get late and I was tired and had school the next day. So I told him I was going to bed. I closed my computer and just lay down and went to sleep. The next morning, I woke up to a bunch of messages from him. Things like, good night beautiful, or sweet dreams. Message me when you wake up, and are you asleep yet? Can't wait to talk to you. There were almost 50 messages. In a way, I was kind of flattered that I was getting that much attention, but like more than anything, I was creeped out. I opened the messages, kind of glanced through them, and just didn't reply. On my phone, I have it set where I don't get notifications from Messenger. At the time, I was in a lot of group chats with different team sports and groups of friends. So it was just easier to, at the end of the day, check the messages versus getting a ton of notifications all day long. At some point during the day, I had gotten more messages from him that I just hadn't noticed while I was at school. He was saying stuff like, do you still live at this address here? I did still live there. Does your mom still freak out about you hanging out with boys? What? No, my mom has never freaked out over boys. Let's go out and catch up. Let me take you out and treat you right, he said. He just kept going on and on with really random questions that weren't necessarily threatening, but just somewhat creepy. And then him talking about wanting to go on dates. He didn't even live in the same state anymore that I live in, so I have no idea how he would have planned on going on dates with me. The messages just kept getting weirder over the next week. Him telling me that he wants me to go on dates and asking me very strange questions about my mom, my brother, and my house. And then he started talking about his house that he used to live in. I didn't reply to any of these, but I was getting at least 50 a day. I'm not sure why I didn't block him. I think I was kind of entertained in a way, like I thought it was funny. Eventually, I brought it up to my mom and just asked her if she remembered Dan from next door. Her face was completely drained of color and she got super serious all of a sudden, and she asked why I was bringing him up. I told her that he had messaged me on Facebook and was trying to get me to go out on a date with him, and was just trying to catch up. I didn't tell her he'd been messaging me 50 plus times a day and that I wasn't responding at this point. She told me to block him and never message him again. I asked her why, and this is a summary of what she told me. When I was 3 or 4, I used to play over at his house a lot. His mom would always offer to babysit me if my mom had to quickly go out and run errands, and he also had a little sister who was around my age. So my mom figured it was a perfect opportunity, play date between Dan, my brother, and me, and Dan's little sister. One day when I came home after one of these play dates, my mom asked me and my brother what we had done that day. My brother started talking about how he had watched some movie. I don't know what one. And I apparently told my mom that Dan had brushed my hair for me. But my mom thought it was a little weird. What 6-year-old boy is going to want to brush a 3-year-old girl's hair? So she asked a couple more questions. She doesn't really remember the details, and I don't really remember them either, saying I was a toddler, but somehow it came out that he wasn't brushing my hair. He had been taking a brush and was rubbing it all over my body. I'm not going to get more explicit than that, and no, nothing more serious happened, thankfully. It was more just weird than anything. My brother didn't know anything about this because we had been in Dan's room and my brother had been in the living room with Dan's little sister. After that, my mom didn't let me go back over to his house. Apparently, when my mom confronted his mom about it, a huge fight broke out. Not physically, but a screaming match. It turns out that Dan had been doing similar stuff to his little sister, but had escalated farther than it had with me. My mom threatened to report them to the police or Child Protective Services. She did both. But before much could be done, they moved out and found somewhere else to live. They were renting the house. After hearing that from my mom, I immediately blocked Dan on Facebook. I wasn't quick enough, I guess, however, because he messaged a bunch of my friends on Facebook, asking about me and had changed his relationship status to taken and in a relationship with me. He then followed me on Instagram and found my Snapchat somehow. He liked and commented on almost all of my Instagram pictures and sent me a bunch of Snapchats. I have a feeling you can guess the kinds of pictures. I quickly blocked him on both, and luckily, he never figured out my phone number. I haven't heard from him since and haven't heard anything about him, but Dan, let's not meet again. This was June of 2010. I was 20 and living in a townhouse with my mom and younger sister. I had stayed the night with my boyfriend and had just gotten home and taken a shower. I went into my room to grab some undies from a basket of clean laundry that I personally folded and brought up to my room myself the day before. That's when I noticed the underwear I grabbed had the crotch cut out. I thought it was weird but figured they caught something in the dryer, until the next pair was cut too. And the next. All in all, there were 5 pairs like this. I ran downstairs and showed my mom. She was freaked out too, but we were hoping to find a reasonable explanation. We looked in the washer, dryer, and laundry basket for the missing pieces. Found nothing. So we decided to file a police report. The cop came, looked at my cut up underwear, and bagged up a pair to take back to wherever evidence is taken. He also mentioned it looked like the crotches were torn out with a pocket knife maybe, beside the way the fabric was ripped. He did a quick look around the house looking for any signs of forced entry or whatever, and that's when we realized the kitchen window was unlocked and the screen was half popped off. Obviously, he said to keep doors and windows locked and suggested changing locks just in case, but since we couldn't come up with anybody who we suspected and since I hadn't noticed any freaking stalkers, he just took the report and the bagged underwear, and that was that. Until next June. Came home one afternoon after staying with the same boyfriend, and I think I'd been home a couple hours before going into my underwear drawer, and noticing one pair on top with the crotch cut out, the exact same way as last year. It was a pair I knew I bought after the first incident, and I'd thrown out all the other cut pairs from before. I didn't want the reminder. I flipped and called for a cop to come out again. this cop didn't seem to care at all, though he did take a BS walk around the house and took my report, and that was it. I moved out 2 months later. I was not about to live there the next June. We lived in a good neighborhood, but I felt watched or something sometimes, because how did they always know when I wouldn't be in my room? My mom and I suspect her former co-worker's creepy as heck husband, but never had proof. I only remember my underwear thief like twice a year because it's very unsettling knowing the crotches of my underwear are in some creep's possession, probably to this day. But Let's Not Meet reminded me, and I thought it was fitting. I hope it belongs here. I'm also new here, so I'm still figuring things out. When I was 3, my mom married my stepdad and we moved into his house. It wasn't the best part of town, but it was better than other places around. I guess I could describe it as a bit shady and always on edge. It always seemed like there was something going down in all of our neighbors' lives. We met most of our neighbors over a short period of time, and when I was 7, I became best friends with the 2 next door neighbor girls, Sam and Alex. The 2 of them lived with their mom, their cousin, and their aunt Linda. Now, Linda was a weird woman. Short, overweight, yellowing teeth, thin, wiry hair, and she had 1 fake eyeball. She always smelled like cigarette smoke and body odor. I did not fancy this woman one bit. Every damn day, she would come up to me while I was at their house playing video games and sit down and ask me about my mom. Questions like how she was doing, how my parents' marriage was, if my mom needed help with anything, or if I needed help with anything. I always just tried to leave or ignore her, but she would just pry and pry. The vibes she would put off were sometimes so unsettling, I just went home. After a couple of years, my mom strictly told me I was not allowed over when she was there, and I couldn't understand why. Then suddenly one day my mom told me we're going to move to a brand new big house. We packed up everything we owned in a few days and left pretty quickly across town into the new place. At the time, we didn't have much money or any reason to move to this side of town, so I was pretty confused, but I never really questioned it. When I was older, I asked my mom why we moved, and she finally told me what had gone down. Linda, as it turned out, was downright obsessed with my mom. She would ask the neighbors where she was. She would look into her house windows, into my bedroom window when I was sleeping. My mom told me she would walk into my room and see her standing in the front yard, staring in. Constant calls would come in, asking to speak with my mom, sometimes using an unknown number. She followed her to work and other places almost every day and begged her to leave my dad and be with her. She would beg to have my mom take her out to eat so my mom could realize that they were meant to be. My mom asked the security at work, who saw her, to escort her out immediately because this bitch would not let up. Sometimes she would confront my mom and smile at her and say, "I took out your trash. See, it's on the street." Or, "I mowed the lawn for you." She tried everything to get my mom alone at her house. Even calling to say that Sam's and Alex's mom had a stroke and she needed her over there ASAP. Other times, while my mom wasn't around, she threatened to kill my stepdad, saying stuff like, "Your wife doesn't love you, she loves me, and she loves my tongue on her, and she only loves me, and she doesn't want you, and I'll kill you if you don't leave her right now." She would always say these awful things to him. Then I told them about how one day I was jumping on their trampoline while I thought nobody was home. Sam and Alex's mom allowed me to, and I looked at their back door and she was there, looking through the slats, watching me the entire time. I remember my mom and dad got super quiet and just said, "Okay, no more doing that, alright?" Linda then started to stare at me, talk to me, tell my mom and dad I was looking extra pretty today. I think that's when we moved. Some of my old friends say that she knows where we live, and my mom knows that's the truth. It's almost been 10 years. She'll drive by once in a while or try calling. Sometimes Alex and Sam try contacting me, but I ignored them. There are so many creepy incidents. I would need more time to explain it all, but I'm so thankful we moved. But it upsets me that she still won't give up after 9 years of stalking. So since I posted my first Let's Not Meet and y'all were very cool and receptive, I decided why not share one of the creepy encounters I've had. Talking it over with my as of last night fiance, she recommended I start with this story that happened to us last summer. So every year since we have been dating, 6 years, we take a 2-week vacation. The fiance and I like to switch it up. One year it's a nice resort or cruise. Then the next a road trip or camping trip. So last summer, we had it in our minds to get in our SUV, load up our things in the doggo, go across our state to Nevada, see a bit of Nevada, and then on to Northern California. We do have rules on these road trips. We have to stop at every roadside attraction, and staying at crazy hotels and motels is a must. So, when I discovered there was a clown museum in Northern Nevada, I knew that we had to stay there. Why? Well, fiance hates clowns, like despises them, and that meant that we needed to stay there. I made reservations for one night, and when we got to the town, we dropped the dog off at a friend of ours for the night. I don't remember if they allow animals, but my friend has a lot of land, and we wanted the dog to run herself ragged and get energy out. So we pull up to this motel, and there are a ton of truckers and some bikers milling around. Fiance can handle her own. She's a cop, so I left her in the car while I ran to check in. Figured I would check us in, and then we could get washed up and go to dinner. I go inside to check in, and that is when this big burly lesbian trucker makes her way up to my fiance. I come out after securing our room key and see her bent over by the driver's window, wearing her cut-off flannel shirt, Levi jeans, and what looked like genuine rattlesnake shit-kicker cowboy boots. I saw my fiance wearing her. I'm trying to be nice, but I am losing my cool face, so I clear my throat so I can get into the vehicle. She turns around, sneering as she looks me up and down, a toothpick jutting out of her mouth that hadn't seen a dentist in quite a while. Yeah, sure. Skinny here is satisfying your needs. She cackled her nasty breath in my face while my fiance exclaimed that I satisfied her just fine. So she shrugs and saunters over to the group of other truckers. I sigh in relief when we go to our room. I would like to say that was the last we saw of her and leave the story at that, but if that was the case, this wouldn't be a Let's Not Meet story, right? That night we are in bed after a round of nocturnal activities. I'm smoking a cigarette, mindlessly shuffling through the few channels, and fiance is browsing the web. There is a knock on the door, and we ask who it is. I hear somebody running away from the door. I get out of bed, wrapping a towel around my waist, and stick my head out of the door. No one. After that, there weren't any more knocks, so we went to bed and woke up early the next day. As we are pulling out, I notice a semi following us. I chalk it up to someone pulling out and shrug it off. However, when the semi still follows us as we head out to my buddy's farm, we are starting to get creeped out. I am about 3 minutes from turning onto my buddy's driveway. He has lots of land and a very long driveway. When the semi gets so close to the back bumper, it's almost pushing us. My fiance pulls out his phone to call the police, and I swerve into the driveway and book it up to my buddy's driveway. Meanwhile, the semi stops, the door opens, and 3 truckers get out. 2 big butch lesbians. One being my fiance's admirer and a big dude, easily 400 to 450 pounds. Luckily, my buddy is a crazy survivalist and gun enthusiast, and he comes running out of his garage with his gun. Fiance and I are seriously freaking out, thinking that we're going to get in the middle of some crazy gunfight, when the truckers quickly get in their truck and leave. We were going to dial the police, but a friend assured us that they wouldn't be bothering us anymore. We quickly gathered up the dog and got the heck out of Dodge. Also, no lesbian truckers were harmed in this retelling, and please no silly hate notes because I love my LGBTQ brethren and sisters. I was 15, dumpy, plumpy, and chumpy. It was my second annual summertime mission trip with my youth group from church, and I was excited to meet boys and help some old people in a rural area to repair their houses. The trips were large, organized events, drawing youth groups from a large region of the US. I was always pretty bookish, so spending a whole week outside with my friends was always a different and fun experience. I was friendlier than usual on these trips. I would trade addresses with anyone who wanted to kit on these trips. I thought everyone wanted to be my friend. That particular year I met a man named Brett who was on the trip in a youth leader capacity, being that he was in his mid-20s and in college, as opposed to the middle/high school teenagers the trips were intended for. He mingled with the teens the same as the other leaders, and we all got on well, and everything was very fun and great, and as innocent as can be on the trip. I didn't think much about him at all, much less think twice about swapping addresses and phone numbers with him at the end. I did that with all of my friends. A week after getting home from the trip, I receive a letter from Brett. I write him back, simple enough. I guess we're pen pals now. Cool. A couple of weeks later, I get another letter from Brett along with a prepaid phone card so I could call him, if I wanted to. I was apparently totally oblivious to everything at this point in my life because I called. We talked weekly on the phone and continued to write. It was all platonic to me. So when, a few months later, he called my father and asked his permission to drive the state over to visit me for a weekend, I was a little bit confused but shrugged it off like, oh well, maybe college is lonely, I don't know. Because I was a child and was like, oh sure, if he wants to, whatever. The plan was for him to get a motel room nearby and hang out for the weekend. I guess from my perspective, a 23 to 25-year-old dude wanting to spend the weekend with a 15-year-old isn't weird. I have no idea where my mind was. So the weekend arrives and Brett drives straight to my house to have dinner with me and my family. He bought me a toy, Donkey from Shrek. I wasn't ever and still am not a big Shrek fan, so that was very random, and a big-ass bag of mini Jawbreakers. We have dinner with the fam, during which Brett shares his plans for the weekend, going out to movies, out for meals, date stuff. My dad was firm in that he wouldn't be allowing me to go anywhere with him alone. I walked Brett out to his car after dinner, then never spoke to him or saw him again. I always thought it was just a weird friendship and realized much later in life, it's now been 17 years since then, that he, an adult, was attempting to court me, and bailed when he learned that my dad was not on board. Dear Barfy Church Creep, let's not ever meet again. Thanks. Edit for clarity. Brett either lied about or skirted the issue of his age with my dad over the phone, so I am fairly positive my dad was expecting a teenager, 18 to 19, to show up, rather than a mid-20s man. I also had never expressed any affection towards Brett, either to my father or Brett himself. I thought he was just my friend that I talked about devotionals with. Hey everyone, here's a story that really terrified me as a 14-year-old, and I still have a fear of being hit by vehicles. I was 14 and 5 of my friends and I were walking around our suburban neighborhood. We weren't an extremely rambunctious group or anything, but we were having fun, laughing and chatting as kids do. We were headed to my friend's house who was with us at the time. My one friend Justin was playing with some sort of toy. Something small and plastic. Basically a McDonald's toy. He was flicking it around and it accidentally fell on the front lawn of someone's house, maybe a foot into their lawn. We laughed and leaned over the lawn to pick up the toy and continued on our way. That's right, we didn't even step on the lawn. We leaned to pick it up. That's when we realized the homeowner had seen us and had furiously gotten into his car and started following us. He rolled down his window and started screaming at us that we messed with his lawn. We kept saying that it was an accident and that we were just picking up our toy. But I'll never forget the rage this man had on his face. Spitting at us in anger, blood red-faced, absolutely livid. He was following us to our friend's house. We didn't know what to do at the time, but we started walking as quickly as possible, ignoring the man or trying to, and we made it to our friend's house, that she lived about a half a block away. She went into the front door and opened the garage so we could all pile into it. The man pulled into her driveway. We all kind of froze in fear as we didn't understand what his motive was or where he was going from here. Then he started full-blown revving his engine at us. Maybe 3 good roars before he plummeted into the garage, nearly hitting us kids. I mean, we ran so fast into the house screaming. The man reversed quickly, screamed some more horrific things at us, and was on his way. I remember having a full-blown panic attack about this and crying. I don't think we ever told our parents about what happened, but man, it was chilling. An unbelievably bizarre reaction to a kid removing a toy from your lawn. This was a long time ago in the late 90s. When I was 19, I moved from Oregon to Florida to be with my boyfriend at the time. Don't ever do that, by the way. I was thinking white sand beaches and Mickey Mouse, but instead got the swamp, bugs, and dirt roads. It was a huge shock to the system. We lived in this stinky little old town called Hawthorne, just outside of Gainesville. Don't ever go there. It's very small. 1 stoplight and 4 stores. Dollar General, Steve's Market, Eckerd's Pharmacy, and Sonny's Barbecue. Anyways, I got a new job at the now defunct Eckerd's in the middle of town. It was next to the grocery store, so everybody shopped there. After about 3 months or so of working there, I walked in to start my shift one day when the manager pulled me into his office. Laid out on his desk was about 30 to 40 open letters, all addressed by hand to me. "Do you know this person?" my manager asked. "No." "Read one." So I picked the cheerful yellow one. Inside were 2 handwritten letters and a magazine cutout of a woman with long blonde hair just like me. As the manager watched on, I read the letter. I skipped around a lot out of confusion, desperately trying to find out why I'm in this room. From what I read, it was mostly someone imagining what spending time with me would be like. A lot of it was sexual in nature. There were descriptions and comments about my hair, washing it, smelling it, and something about the moonlight. A few sentences were highlighted, others were underlined. My first thought was, am I getting fired? "Do you know David Elrod?" I said yes, I think so. The tall, lanky guy with thick glasses and frizzy dark blonde hair. The regular who comes in a couple of times a week to pick up Diet Coke and medication for his mom. Late 20s and obviously socially or mentally challenged. On rare occasions, he would make small talk as I rang up his soda. Once or twice, he would linger at my register or stare at me, but I figured he was just trying to adjust his eyes or had poor social cues. Harmless, compared to some of the other people I had met in Florida, so I didn't pay him any mind. Until that day in Eckerd's office. I knew he wrote the letters because of a strange encounter 2 weeks earlier. While working, he came up behind me and touched and caressed my hair. I had to remove it from his hands and he apologized. Weird. No harm done. I went back to work. After telling my manager this, he informed me that the customer was going to be banned from the store and I was being sent home while they worked out the details. What details? Confused, I walked out of the store and drove home. Very strange. 2 hours after I got home from my non-shift at work, there was a knock at my door. I look out the window and see what resembles a SWAT team. I saw men in tactical gear with large weapons, 2 men dressed in suits, and several uniformed cops. In what seemed like slow motion at the time, I opened the door. A female officer holds up a few oddly familiar letters. "Can we come in and talk to you about these?" Realizing everyone in town has read the letters, I wanted to pass the heck out. I don't even know this guy. We have a seat on my couch and she begins to speak. Out of the corner of my eye, I see my boyfriend shooting me dirty looks from the bedroom. The female officer mentions getting the letters from Eckerd's and attempting to issue a trespassing notice. They wanted to speak to him directly, she says, because her whole department is aware of David. The officers confronted him at his residence and attempted to evoke the trespassing notice from Eckerd's store. Apparently, he was not happy about that. He insisted for over 45 minutes how this was all a big mistake and I wanted to talk to him. He was so combative and persistent, they decided to pursue stalking charges. Stalking charges? She continues, "You need to be aware that David killed and partially dismembered his mother when he was 12 years old. He was released from a juvenile psychiatric facility less than 4 years ago. We found disturbing materials at his home," she continued. "We believe he's been stalking you." My mind kept wandering. Diet Coke. It's my mom's favorite drink. David was arrested the next day for stalking after he was found in the Eckerd's parking lot. but the last official word was he went back to the psychiatric hospital, at least temporarily. I didn't have the chance to read those letters in full before they were entered into some vault of evidence, nor did they explain what they found at his house, so I never had the complete picture of what was happening. My boyfriend at the time was a huge jerk about the whole thing, so I moved back to Oregon a week later. Besides, who wants to hang around when Norman Bates is fixated on you? This is only brief, but it scared me for a long time. I used to live in a very isolated rural town with a population of approximately 1,200 people, and as expected, I knew everybody there. My best friends and I were your typical benign teenage delinquents, and our favorite game at the time was an activity we referred to as Dead Fred. We would stuff a full-length wetsuit with newspaper, dress it in long sleeves and jeans, and leave it lying in the middle of our street at nighttime. Meanwhile, we'd be hiding in the bushes, laughing and musing over the varied reactions of those who came across the scene. One night, a car seemingly didn't even notice Dead Fred and drove right over the top of him at speed. The driver screeched to a stop about 50 meters away and got out of the car. I recognized him. It was a close friend's dad, a recently retired accountant who I knew well and had been my rugby coach for the last few seasons. He looked unstable, possibly shaken but likely drunk. Drinking and driving was quite common in such a small country town. Without much hesitation, he pulled a rifle from the boot of his car. Once again, quite a common thing to have in a small country town. Fired several shots at the corpse from afar and drove away. My friend and I kept this to ourselves, and as far as I know, we are the only two who know. The driver remained a close family friend, continued to coach me in rugby, and has since had grandchildren. I still see him when I go home for holidays. As far as I know, he never fessed up to the incident and carried on with his life for the next 23 years and into the present day as if nothing ever happened. Edit. In response to a few of the comments, firstly, yes, I concede this was a dangerous and stupid game. I never suggested it was clever or well thought out. At least we weren't doing meth. Secondly, we both considered the possibility he was pranking us, but if you knew the guy in question, it's very unlikely. I've known him for ages, and he hardly has a sense of humor, let alone a wicked sense of humor to pull off something like this for decades. Also, I should note my house was on the outskirts of the street that ran through town, and there was a sparse but decent flow of outside traffic past our house. A fair few people are just passing through. This happened to me when I was a teenager, and it still haunts me to this day. I was babysitting for my neighbor across the street, Alice. I babysat for her often, almost every weekend, so we were very comfortable with one another and had a good routine. Rarely, Alice would have a friend sleep over, and on this particular night, that was the case. Jennifer was a first-time sleepover date, so she was a bit nervous, but I did my best to make her happy. Alice's parents left at around 6:30 p.m., setting the alarm behind them as they went. I bathed both girls and got them into bed to watch some Nickelodeon, as was our usual routine. Once the girls were happy, I went into the kitchen to grab some snacks. It was pouring rain outside, and next to the kitchen was a breakfast nook with glass doors and a series of glass windows. As I was preparing to walk back into the room, the phone rang. Alice's parents called often, so I always answered the phone. I picked up the phone and asked who it was. "Hi, how are you?" a male voice asked. "Hi, I'm doing well," I replied. "Are you calling for Jason, Alice's father?" "He isn't home, but I can take a message." "Maybe," he says to me. "Or maybe I'm calling to talk to you." Now, my sixth sense wasn't ringing just yet, and I figured it was a family member or a friend who was bored and wanted to chat. I politely but quickly said I had to go. The girls were calling for me to bring their snacks, so I hung up the phone. I brought Alice and Jennifer their snacks and was about to settle into the recliner chair in Alice's room when I heard the phone ring again. I hustled back into the kitchen to answer it, without really thinking anything was peculiar. At least not yet. You know it's rude to hang up on people, don't you? He started it off, but he wasn't angry or aggressive. It was a little hard to hear him over the thunder and rain, and both girls were calling for me to come back because they were scared of the thunder. I'm sorry, I have to get back to the girls. Have a nice night. I heard him saying something, but I hung up before I could hear what he said. The phone rang again. Don't hang up on me, he said with anger in his voice. I hung up. I was getting nervous at that point. I went back in the room with the girls and the phone rang again. At that point, Alice was asking me not to leave her again, so I didn't answer, but the phone rang again and again. 10 minutes then passed without a call, and the phone rang again. This time I thought that perhaps it was Alice's parents, so I peeled myself away from the girls to go and answer the phone. Don't you ever hang up on me again. He screamed. Leave me alone. If you call again, I will call the cops, you frickin' psycho. I screamed. I hung up the phone and turned around to see Alice and Jennifer were now standing behind me. They looked terrified, so I offered to get some ice cream bars from the freezer. I went to the freezer and the phone rang again. Alice answered it. I don't know what he was saying, but I heard screaming and Alice looked absolutely terrified. I grabbed the phone and was about to unleash on him when he said, "That's a nice pink shirt you're wearing." I hung up the phone and realized that not only was I wearing a pink shirt, but also during the second call I received, there was a clap of thunder that I heard on the phone at the same time I heard it in the house. It wasn't until that moment that the realization hit me. Now, I was a teenager at that point, thinking I was invincible and having no concept of my own mortality, but a higher sense of consciousness kicked in and guided my next few actions. I hit the light switch in the kitchen, as it controlled most of the lights in that immediate area. I grabbed both girls, their barking dog, Alex, and shoved all of us into the pantry. The pantry door was open inward, so I pushed up against the shelves and shoved a giant bag of rice against the door. I then had my back against the shelf, my feet pushing against the rice to help secure the door, and I had a girl on each arm. With my hands over their mouths, I pinned the dog between my legs, and although he constantly barked, he somehow knew to stay quiet at that moment. Then the alarm started sounding and the phone started ringing. All of us were trembling, but I was determined not to cry in front of the girls. Between the alarm and the thunderstorm, I couldn't hear much. After what felt like an hour, I heard a female's voice calling and asking if anyone was in the house. She was in front of the pantry and announced that she was a police officer and that it was safe to come out. She clearly knew I wasn't going to take her on her word, so she slid her badge under the door. I moved 1 foot from the bag of rice and towed her badge toward me. The police had turned the lights on, so I was able to see from the light streaming in under the pantry door that this was, in fact, a badge. I cautiously made my way out of the pantry, shielding the girls behind me. The female officer, Officer Wesley, didn't look alarmed at all, and I quickly realized why. It's scary when the alarm goes off, she said, but next time you need to answer the phone and let the alarm company know everything is okay instead of hiding. Sending officers out to a house isn't a joke. I looked at her incredulously. We didn't set off the alarm, I said, stammering, and I started to cry. We haven't opened any doors. She looked at me with confusion and then said, Then who made those footprints? From the back door, the sliding glass door in the kitchen nook, to the pantry, and out of the front door were muddy footprints. In front of the pantry was a bunch of prints, as if somebody had paced in front of the door for a while. The footprints led out to the front door, which was still open when the police arrived. I was hysterical, and the police called Jason and Janelle, Alice's parents, to come home from the restaurant they were at. Within earshot, but clearly not meant for me to overhear, Officer Wesley's partner informed her that the door in the nook had been pried open. I looked out over the pool deck and could see where the trail of footprints had started from the grass and into the house. They were mostly dissolved at that point due to the rain, but it was very clear that somebody had walked from the side of Alice's house and towards the glass door. We waited for Alice's parents to come home before I left. When the police recounted the night's events, I remember thinking in passing that neither of Alice's parents looked as terrified as I thought they should have, given the events of the evening. The police walked me home and told my parents what happened. My mom and dad were both very, very upset. A few extra officers patrolled the neighborhood for a few weeks, but never caught the perpetrator, nor was he ever heard from again. And I never babysat for Alice again. I was too frightened. Fast forward a few years, and Jason, Alice's father, went to prison for tax evasion, or so we were told. Years later, when I was home visiting, I ran into Jason as he was leaving the house on his motorcycle. He stopped to chat with me and I asked him the one nagging question I had for years. Did you really go to jail for tax evasion? Now at that point, Jason and Janelle were divorced. She left him for her dead sister's husband, which is pretty dark, and I guess Jason didn't feel that he needed to keep up any pretenses. He told me that no, he was sent to prison for drug running. He went off on the tale how he was caught in a high-speed chase and bragged about how he was one of the biggest dealers in the area for years until he was busted. And then I knew. The person who was calling that night was trying to exact some sort of punishment on Jason. Maybe he was a rival dealer, or maybe Jason worked for him and had pissed him off, but that's why Jason and Janelle didn't seem as alarmed as they should have. I'm so thankful that everything worked out and we were not killed that night, but I knew that Jason's actions had led to that night's events. I knew it in my gut. This haunts me to this day and I think helps solidify a healthy understanding of my own mortality as well as the depravity that may be within others. I'm not overly paranoid, but I'm cautious, and I think rightly so. My stupid teenage antics, for the most part, stopped dead in their tracks. Thanks for listening. I live alone in a little house in a big city. Kind of a rough around the edges neighborhood, but I've lived in the area most of my life and my block is tight-knit in spite of half of it being vacant or abandoned. It's also a city that, like many others, tragically has a lot of folks living out of cars and RVs, trying to eke out an existence. So I shouldn't have been too surprised when, back in October last year, I got a text from a neighbor. You might want to take a look out your back window. About 10 feet away was an enormous 40-foot motorhome in the dead-end alley, sitting right on the edge of the small cliff that is my unfenced backyard. Having lived in urban areas my whole life, I'm no stranger to odd things happening immediately outside my window, but this did feel a little bit more intrusive than living in a ground floor apartment. No thanks to my back window being my bathroom window. It sat there for a few weeks without anyone paying much mind. A few neighbors speculated it might have been someone working on a couple demolition and construction projects in the neighborhood. A supervisor from out of town perhaps. Whoever it was, I didn't really mind as long as there wasn't any mess, though I was slightly worried a wrong move would end with someone or the whole vehicle rolling off the retaining wall and potentially crashing through my wall. Of course, there was the small fact that half the block now couldn't access the alley. My city is very particular about removing vehicles if someone is potentially living in them, and after a few roundabout calls to the parking department, I and my neighbors were told that we needed some evidence they were a hazard or abandoned. So I grabbed a cheap webcam off Amazon and popped it in my window and then went on with my life. About a week later, after some friends over for dinner had left, I thought I'd check and see if the camera had picked up anything. I didn't sleep for the next few nights. Like clockwork, every night around midnight, the lights in the RV would flick on in the otherwise pitch black night. A couple of cars would pull up behind and the occupants would unload several very full garbage bags into the RV. Then these shadowy figures would creep down the yard of the vacant house next door, into mine, and methodically circle my house, shining flashlights in each window. Cars would come and go all night until about 5 a.m. Then all was business as usual during daylight hours. It's worth mentioning that my house is essentially a studio apartment on top of a garage, built into a slope. My bed is about 10 feet from those windows. Also worth mentioning, my neighborhood had an alarming rash of about 20 armed home invasions the summer before, or the arson on an occupied house across the street a few months earlier. Vulnerable was an understatement of how I felt. I ended up moving most of my furniture around my bed as a makeshift barricade. I called 911. They were a bit incredulous. Nothing was actively happening as I called. This wasn't an emergency. I can call the non-emergency line in the morning if I want to speak to an officer or detective. The next morning, I felt it was prudent to bring any yard tools that would make a tempting window breaker and double check the back porch and security flood had working bulbs. In just my luck, I managed to completely break both fixtures in the process. Almost immediately as I walked out my back door, the RV's door swung open, and a man and woman stepped out. They were dressed in t-shirts and shorts despite the 39-degree weather and looked a bit like zombies. I waved. They didn't. They stared past me. I quickly retreated back inside to keep an eye remotely, but not before noticing something even more startling. The RV had about 6 security cameras mounted on it, 3 of which were trained on my back door. I was watching them, they were watching me. After a day or two more of this, I had become fully nocturnal, leaving all the lights blazing all night, and I started to feel like I was losing my mind. This was both mostly benign and deeply unsettling. Texting friends and family in hopes of reassurance. Well, didn't do much. They're probably just trying to find a quiet place away from the encampments. Maybe they work night shift. If you were living on the streets, wouldn't you want a security camera? I mean, you have one on your house. Okay, maybe I was being paranoid. My neighbors were mostly preoccupied with the alley being blocked and subsequent missed deliveries. And it's not like the city was going to do much anyways. The cars kept coming and going all night. The people with flashlights stayed just outside the edge of my yard, but I would catch the occasional flash through the window. After being reluctant to leave the house, and my cat alone, I had to leave for an in-person work meeting. While I was gone, my camera pinged me about activity. The RV folks had set up stakes around my property and were wrapping yellow caution tape around my yard and across the alley, and had set up a barricade of traffic cones around their vehicle. This was just getting weird. By this point, a few of us on the block started a group text to keep tabs on things. One neighbor a few houses down caught the female half of this duo in her backyard with a chainsaw, climbing their oak tree in broad daylight. They confronted her and she gave the same treatment as me. A mute 1,000-yard stare. That neighbor called it in, and I watched a few officers poke around for a minute, clearly puzzled by the barricades and tape. I thought there might be some imminent resolution. They then booked it back to their squad and took off with the lights and sirens. There was a shooting a few blocks over. I assumed they got called too. Another night goes by, punctuated by the RV's alarm going off every couple of hours and the engine revving menacingly, though nothing out of the ordinary. At least this ordinary. I take my mid-morning nap I've become accustomed to over the past week, only to be woken by the loud, angry yelling. I pull up the camera feed. Out back is another neighbor, the goofy dad, cum ex-naval officer, venting his frustrations to a police officer, who's banging the RV door with a baton, demanding the occupants come out. There's a brand new sports car parked behind, one that I'd barely make out on my cheap camera's night vision. I carefully left out the front so as not to be conspicuous, and circled up to the mouth of the alley to speak with the officer and explained my story in a near stream of consciousness ramble. Did you see them leave? Nope. I played back the camera. The sports car showed up around 5:30 a.m. and nobody had left since. He said the car was too new to have a current registration and the RV was registered to a deceased person 4 counties away. Suspicious, but nothing outright criminal, but he'd ticket them with a 24-hour tow notice. As he was typing up the ticket, the sports car came barreling down the alley in reverse, nearly plowing into the cruiser, and I was told very sternly to leave immediately. I ran home and pulled up a police scanner feed to try and glean some information. They were calling for a gang officer, a domestic violence unit, the Vice Squad, and CSI. So my gut feeling wasn't too far off the mark. Later that night, the officer called me asking to send the entirety of my footage. I asked if there was anything he could divulge about what happened. I can't tell you much, but this was a bad dude and he's going away. We towed the car as evidence, but we'll have to wait until morning to get a big enough truck to move the RV. To say I slept well that night was an understatement, but that calm was shattered quite literally early the next morning as I heard glass breaking outside. 3 masked men were breaking into the RV with crowbars. One was up on a ladder, sawing through the roof with an angle grinder. I frantically called 911, struggling to explain the context of what was going on. Once again, met with a verbal eye roll from the call taker. Is it your RV? No. Sir, you can't report a stolen vehicle that isn't yours. I hung up and tried again, hoping to get someone else on the other end. We have a wrecker dispatched to that location. Are you sure these aren't the new tow operators? Sure enough, just as these guys managed to get the RV started, the tow truck was coming around the corner. They booked it so fast, it ripped up the gravel, and it's a miracle it didn't end up through someone's wall. Well, whatever. The absolute freaking heck happened is seemingly over. Seemingly. Again, seemingly. I suppose this is an epilogue of sorts and by far the most unsettling part of this story. I quickly upgraded my crappy camera to a couple commercial grade ones with smart object detection, synchronized floodlights and automatic sirens, hoping I would rest easy. No, it was going off all of the time, at least once or twice a week for over a month. The cameras caught creeps stalking around my backyard and windows with flashlights. There were also plenty of other times cars were idling with the lights off in the alley for unsettlingly long periods. The one I can't shake was the guy at 3 a.m. slowly making his way up the alley in a low crouch, taking a long pause directly behind my house, and then booking it towards my door full speed. Or the guy that managed to get past the camera, and I came face to face with his ugly mug pressed up against my kitchen window around midnight. At least the alarms did their job. Every one of these guys took off once lit up like a stadium with sirens blaring. For some comic relief, that last guy tried to hop a retaining wall and face planted on the other side. Of course, again, friends and family had some not so reassuring platitudes. Maybe it was somebody looking for a lost dog, or somebody got lost in the alley, or maybe this just always happened before I had lights and cameras. And shaking what little hope I had in law enforcement, the cops, if they showed up at all, were at least an hour late. But here's the real kicker. I filed a public request for the arrest and case report and got it back months later. Turns out my neighbor in the RV had kidnapped his ex-girlfriend and was likely trafficking her. She'd in fact called 911 but didn't know the neighborhood, and the cops were looking for them in a different part of town. He had a lengthy rap sheet for felony burglary, fraud, and firearms charges. An acquaintance of his was interviewed by detectives and said the RV was packed to the gills with guns and improvised weapons, and this guy told this witness that he would come back and kill whoever sent him back to jail. And right at the bottom, in all caps, was my name and address, but phone number redacted, listed as reporting party and complainant. The cops searched the sports car and found nothing of note. The RV, as you recall, was apparently stolen before they could even get a valid warrant. The ex fled during the arrest, as I saw on camera, and was never heard from again. The DA dropped the case and this guy was released from jail 48 hours later. It's been about 6 months since my last visitor at night. There hasn't been a whole lot of peace of mind before I turn in for the night. It's slowly fading, but I can't say I'm not a little on edge after dark, even in my own home. My house is now completely lit up 360 degrees. I put various dents and or spiky plantings around my windows and the perimeter, and I sleep with a rifle next to my bed. But fortunately, new folks have moved into the vacant houses on either side of me, and they also seem like good people. I just don't know if I have the heart to tell them all what went down. "19 female. The first day I attended class, Alex asked me out. Alex was over 300 pounds, and shallow as it may be, I was completely uninterested in him and turned him down as politely as possible. This was not acceptable to Alex, who believed all women 20 years of age or older were either taken or defective, and he required a 19-year-old girlfriend to avoid forever aloneness. Alex made friends with my awful roommate Dirk, who he hated, purely in order to see me every day. He constantly asked me out, and every time I turned him down, I felt disgusted with myself. I was shooting down an otherwise perfectly sweet kid based on what I thought was solely a physical trait. Now, I know that I was probably also picking up on the fact that Alex was not coloring with a full box of crayons. Between familiarity with his presence and my own conviction that I was at risk of becoming a terrible human being, I finally accepted a date. He tanked the date. I mean full on. He would not say a word to me for 3.5 hours until we missed the actual date itself, ending in me walking out. The next day, he was back at my apartment begging for a second chance, but I turned him down again. I told him his behavior said he wasn't as interested as he claimed. Alex set about proving me wrong. Every day, there he was. How's your day? What's your favorite memory? Tell me something about yourself. I should have identified this as creepy, but I still thought he was just Dirk's friend, and most of the time, Dirk was snorting aerosolized cheese and generally being a terrible conversationalist. Alex was actually gathering information. From me, from Dirk and my friends, from my teachers. Why? To construct a whole new persona to appeal to me. I knew nothing about him until the day I knew everything about him. Everything was a lie, and those lies sounded amazing. The second date went fantastically, and we began dating exclusively. This drove Dirk into violent lunacy. Alex's web of lies. We were dating 3 weeks when Dirk tried to cut my brake line. Alex, of course, offered to let me live with him. He had a great job and was paying for a whole apartment by himself, he claimed. I could finish paying off my half of the lease with my roommate and just help Alex with utilities until I had more money. I gratefully moved in and quickly began uncovering Alex's lies. Some were truly asinine. Like when I discovered that the stuffed pasta and sauce he'd spent all day making from scratch for me were actually Bertolli. That was especially weird because Alex was a fantastic chef and could have actually cooked something from scratch to impress me. Some were not so stupid, like the way he didn't in fact have a job. Alex's parents were paying for everything and they hadn't been intending to. They'd made a deal with him. They would pay for college until he graduated. For the first year-long lease, they would pay for half of his rent, but he was to immediately get a roommate or a job, and once the lease was up, he would be responsible for his own room and board. Yes, they were rich. As I moved in, he called them to brag. Their reaction was not what he expected. So you got a roommate? I guess we'll only be helping you with half the rent then. He came clean about his job, claiming he thought I'd think less of him if I knew his parents were paying the bills. He told me they had some unexpected financial troubles and I needed to pick up half the rent. I was now paying for half my former roommate's rent and half of Alex's, but I just thought it was some bad luck, not his fault. Then of course my lease with Alex was up, and when we renewed, his parents unexpectedly cut him off and I was paying for everything. More bad luck, he assured me. I wouldn't find out about his deal with his parents for years. Alex stalks other women. He met a girl named Amy online in a role-playing game we played together. From the moment he met her, he refused to game with me. Soon, he was refusing to speak to me. I couldn't even take him out to a movie. He needed to be home at his computer, and he needed all of his attention free in case Amy spoke to him. If she wasn't logged in, he was frantically e-stalking her, saving all the information off her social media sites and grilling her friends for more details. Soon, he only reacted to me to negatively compare me to Amy. Meatloaf? Amy made her boyfriend steak today, or Amy would look better in that bathing suit than you, or Amy just dyed her hair. You never dye your hair. He refused to admit that he had feelings for Amy, so I asked to meet her, in-game hoping that my presence would temper the situation a little bit. He fought me over it, but I insisted that if she was, as he claimed, just a friend, he shouldn't care if I met her. Fine, he said, but you need to play along. With what, you may be asking yourself. With the fact that he told her that he was a straight woman and I was his roommate. Also, that he was a lawyer, and that I was in law school, and that he was on and off dating a med student, and that we had a dog. The list kept going. I asked him why he told this woman so many lies. Why? Because in his research of her, he determined that this persona would make her trust him the most, And you need a lot of trust to have in-game hot lesbian sex apparently, with someone who is definitely not secretly a dude. I looked at this new character and saw a skinny little buxom lingerie-clad woman. I was tired of him ignoring me. He could still play the game, but he had to get back on his dude character and play with me. He whined but switched tunes. However, through the entire quest, he was silently tapping away, refusing to speak to me. Then Amy showed up. "What the heck is this?" I demand. "I needed someone to talk to," he cried. Alexandra?" Amy asked. "Why are you on a boy character?" "Oh, because my roommate was so sick of being hit on by horny dudes, she asked me to escort her around for a while," he replied. I rage quit. The next day after I returned from work, both our accounts had been cancelled and our games uninstalled. He never mentioned Amy again. I never saw another stalking play out to that degree, but there would be many times he'd completely check out and refuse to leave his desk, compare me to strange women, randomly cancel game subscriptions, and exhibit other suspicious behavior. The one true human rears his fat head. Alex, despite his foibles, skated just shy of being worth breaking up with for 2 years. I think he was really trying to suppress his entitled behavior out of fear of loneliness, but he eventually began to revert. He'd always been jealous of my time, but soon he began actively alienating me from my friends. He would try to convince me that they were bad influences or go behind my back to start fights between us. He would physically bar me from seeing them by suddenly needing the car, feigning an illness, or scheduling a date at the same time, and asking me who was more important to me. Soon, I lost all actual perspective on the state of the relationship, pared down to nothing but people who insisted that Alex was the best thing for me. He began to feel entitled to me and my support and gradually stopped putting any effort into the relationship. Despite my lack of perspective, I wasn't completely blind and began to question what was happening. He convinced me that the degeneration of our relationship was my fault, that I was the one not treating him as he deserved, and that he was beginning to doubt I loved him anymore at all. I asked him what I could do, and he responded with a veritable laundry list of demands. He needed me to buy him the new video games as they came out, take him out on more dates, lose more weight, wear padded bras and save for a boob job, wear nothing but designer suits or sexy costumes, sleep in lingerie, become bisexual, and treat him to threesomes. Alex was a big fan of lists of crazy things. The more demands I refused, the more hostile and bitter he became. His soulmate would do these things for him. Therefore, I wasn't his soulmate. But now we were 21 and all the decent women were taken. And it was my fault that I had cheated him out of his soulmate. She was with someone else now, and he was stuck with me. The only option he saw was bullying me into becoming his perfect mate. Thus began years of gaslighting, lectures, and withholding affection, while he and all of his friends convinced me I couldn't live without him. One day, Alex announced that our faltering relationship would be fixed if we moved so he could attend a trendy school where he would finally earn his degree. I asked if his parents were alright with paying for this much more expensive school, but he assured me that they had spoken and were very supportive. And by that, he meant that 4 years ago, they agreed to pay for the associate's degree he still hadn't earned. So we moved. I transferred jobs and he enrolled in this new school. Then he told his parents for the first time and asked for $15,000. They cut him off. The breakup. Alex took out a bunch of loans and went to school anyway, where he met Madeline, and promptly became obsessed with her. This was a problem because his previous fixations were all women on the internet he didn't have access to. Now the only thing standing between him and sweet sextings with the object of his obsession was that she didn't want to be another woman. And that was of course also my fault. His bitterness toward me became overwhelming. Everything started a fight, down to flipping light switches and seeing people in hats. I told him that I really couldn't handle all the fighting, and if we didn't do something about it, the relationship wouldn't survive. He immediately blurted out that we were breaking up, and it was my fault for bringing up such a serious topic when relationships were supposed to be fun. He ran off to Madeline's apartment before I could get a word in. When I tried to move out, he said that if I left and stopped paying the lease, He would default on rent and ruin my credit, so I just moved to the couch and waited out the lease. I would habitually wake up to him licking me. Leave me alone. No. We should do it right now. No. You want it. I can tell you want it by the way you're moving. You're just saying no. The way I was moving was otherwise known as laying on the couch breathing, but going entirely stiff. Now you're just faking it. That doesn't count. You still want it. He insisted, slurping his tongue across my face. Seductively, apparently. I generally just had to wake up and leave for work early to avoid a tongue bath. He was really bad at kissing. Why aren't we doing it? He demanded one day. I told him, confused, that it was because we broke up. He said that I owed it to him. See, because I'd been nice to him during our relationship, I'd led him to believe that I would continue doing it with him if we broke up. I'd also lead him to believe that he was desirable and would be drowning in poon if only he were single. If he'd somehow known that he was 350 pounds or that running out on me might hinder his access to me naked, he never would have broken up with me. It was my fault. He hadn't had sex since he left me. The lease was almost up and Alex was suddenly interested in patching things up. He told me that although his soulmate was out there somewhere, she'd been taken while I was dating him, so he was willing to settle for me. That didn't work. He told me that he had misjudged how much he would miss sex and gifts. That didn't work either. He gave me a giant sunflower and apologized. I faltered. 1. This wasn't a lame monotone apology claiming that whatever he did, he would try not to do that anymore. He actually itemized all the things he'd done that had hurt me, demonstrated that he understood why I'd been hurt by his actions, and admitted he's done them for selfish reasons. 2. Giant sunflowers are magical and they make me feel like a tiny sparkly pixie. I said I would consider taking him back if he admitted to all the lies he'd told me over the last 5 years. This is when I learned pretty much all of the information here. The deal he made with his parents, the fact that he completely made up his past to attract me, and other major lies. He promised to change and be the boyfriend I deserved. Idiotically, I took him back. He made a huge gesture to get our relationship back on track, so I did too. I put him back on the lease and immediately found out I'd been played. He reverted back, claiming that he'd made an effort to be my perfect boyfriend, but I hadn't tried to be his perfect girlfriend. Because why wasn't I bisexual yet? Why hadn't I gotten a boob job? And why wasn't he having a threesome right now? If I wasn't going to make an effort, neither was he. He went right back to picking fights about people and hats and demanding I fulfill his insane list of desires. I was pretty much emotionally busted at this point. Alex was just going to trick and lie to me to get whatever he wanted, and I was stuck with him forever. Maybe that's what I deserved. At about that time, my old friend Vincent contacted me, saying he'd be in town and asking me if I wanted to hang out. I asked Alex if I could, and he replied that of course I could see my friends. It wasn't like he was controlling or anything. Alex obviously began slandering Vincent and making it difficult to see him, but I managed to make it anyway. While I was hanging out with Vincent and his friends, Alex began blowing up my phone. He'd been so upset by my absence that he ate so much that he got sick, drank too much, and gave himself a bad perm. You read that. He reduced me to tears on the phone, demanding an apology for every stupid, self-destructive thing he'd done. When Alex finally hung up on me, I apologized to Vincent for ruining the get-together. He just said, "You don't have to be sorry." I just kind of blinked at him, went home, and broke up with Alex. I've been married to Vincent for 5 years. Hello everyone, this happened last winter. If this story is misplaced, I'll move it, but I think it will fit this subreddit. So I'll start by giving you a little bit of background. I am, like most girls here, a really short, skinny girl. I attend school in a pretty well-off neighborhood, but it's really on the border zone. So you have the middle-high class on one side of the avenue and the extremely poor people on the other. A few other friends and I usually wait for the bus on the poor side of the avenue, and I think I should mention that the bus stop is right after the intersection, of another avenue, so the red light lasts for a good minute. Luckily, this time I was with Anne. Now, we were waiting and chatting for a bit, and we saw this dude coming. He looked like he was high, and he was sweating even though it was a really cold winter day. He had dirt on his knees and elbows and a glassy look in his eyes. He stops walking and asks me what the time is. I check and told him it's 1:45, as politely as I could. I've been taught that if you can avoid conflict, it's better to do so in the most polite way possible so that you don't upset people. He stops and stares at me for a good 30 seconds and tells me that I have a beautiful set of eyes. I have hazel eyes, and people usually compliment them. I usually grow really awkward at compliments on my eyes because I have trichotillomania, and in consequence have no eyelashes, so I turn my back and try to make conversation with my friend. He walks right up to her and also greets her with a kiss on the cheek and says something about her piercing blue eyes. Then he breaks off into a weird speech. Look, girls, I am simply looking for something that belongs to me. At this point, I thought he was going to rob us, but it turned out to be something creepy. A girl with beautiful light-colored eyes that belongs to me. And I was thinking that maybe you two could come with me, or I could join you wherever you are going. While we were at it, where are you going? We were actually going back to her place to revise for an exam. Now, I look at her quickly but intensely and answer while looking at her. We're going shopping. She got my not-so-subtle hint and agreed. He then said that he would take us shopping. I checked to see if the bus was about to arrive, and it was. Until the damn red light brought it to a halt. Shit. My friend looks when she sees me look away, and he says something really chilling. You know, it's going to be a long time until that bus arrives. And he puts one of his arms around my waist. Now, I couldn't be polite anymore. I pulled away from him. I honestly thought it would be harder, but he apparently didn't see it coming, and onto the avenue and dragged Anne with me, all the while looking at the creep to check if he would try anything. The creep smiled right at us and kept talking about how beautiful our eyes were, how he just wanted to be with one of us, or if he was lucky, both, and similar stuff. Then the bus started coming towards us, and we immediately got in. The creep did not follow us, and Anne scolded me for talking to a strange-looking stranger. I worked in a porn store from 2002 to 2006. It was a small, somewhat poorly run and locally owned. There were two in town, both closed down now, that were owned by the same people. I worked at both of them, depending on where they needed me. It was an easy job. I was in college for the majority of the time I worked there. I pretty much got paid to sit around, watch TV, play around on the internet, do my homework, and occasionally ring up a customer. We were never busy, and we always worked alone. Aside from the creeps and the one time I got robbed, it was a good time. I could have my friends come and hang out with me, as long as they weren't behind the counter. After I met my then boyfriend / now husband, he also got hired, and so we would just hang out with each other at the shop if we didn't have other obligations. The store was set up so that when customers walked in, they were in the main room with the counter, which also had novelty items: lube, toys, cards, books. If they went to the room on their right, they would be in the movie room. The room on their left had lingerie, stripper clothes, and shoes. Both rooms had cameras to prevent shoplifting. For this particular incident, I was alone in the store. A clearly Amish man walked in with another guy. The other guy hung around in the doorway for a bit and then walked back outside. The Amish guy was probably in his 50s, very short, stocky, and had graying hair. He identified himself as part of the Amish community and said that the other guy was his driver. He then said something to me about not telling the other guy what he was buying if he came back in. I just laughed it off and tried to busy myself with something else. I tried to have as little communication with customers as possible unless they were non-creepy regulars, because I didn't want to give off even a hint of interest. He then went into the movie room for a bit. He came back empty-handed and came up to the counter. He asked if we had lemon lime flavored Spanish fly. I told him that we did not have that flavor, but we did have some Spanish fly. He told me that the Amish girls really liked lemon lime flavored stuff, so he uses that in their drinks. Then he told me that it works really well. At this point, I'm giving all the signals of disinterest in hopes that he will shut up and move on. But he didn't. He continued stating that he thinks it's really funny when he gets all these women pregnant and their husbands think that it's their child. I have no idea how he would know if he was really the father of those children or not, and I certainly didn't ask. Then he propositioned to me for sex. You are a pretty young girl. Would you like to make $500? I declined. Well, do you have any friends that would like to make $500? No, sorry. Are you sure? Yeah, I'm good. His focus then returned to the lemon lime Spanish fly. He told me he was desperate for it. I was desperate myself to get him out of the store. I told him that maybe they had some at our other store across town. Luckily, the trick worked and he left without incident. And thankfully, I never saw him again. Many years ago, when we were young and stupid and full of idealistic optimism and newly married and working shitty mall jobs, my husband and I had a friend in need. He was my husband's co-worker, Jack. Jack was about 8 years older than us and was in the middle of a messy breakup with not one boyfriend, but two. A sort of package deal. They all lived together. He was being kicked out and he needed somewhere to move in a hurry. Our lease was up soon and he offered to pay half the rent if we upgraded to a 2-bedroom and let him move in with us. It seemed like a sensible enough plan. We liked Jack and felt sorry for him. In addition to his relationship ending badly, he had been through a lot in his life. There was the kind of standard stuff, like growing up in a homophobic environment, having to join the army to get an education, and dealing with DADT, and the fact that he was working a shitty mall job and pushing 30. But there were also other tragedies in his past and we felt protective of him. He had been addicted to drugs and had gone through recovery 10 years before after dropping out of art school. He had been in an abusive relationship with the guy who had shot at him. He had depression and took an array of prescriptions and had very shaky self-esteem. But there was one tragedy that towered over all of that. When he was in high school before he came out, he had a girlfriend, Steffi, who he had truly loved, his very best friend, and Steffi had gotten pregnant. But near her due date, she was in a terrible car crash and was rushed to the hospital. They were able to save the baby, but not her. Jack had raised his daughter Melissa the best he could. He joined the army to support her and get better employment prospects. Unfortunately, that meant he had to sign custody over when he was deployed. He signed it over to Steffi's parents. When he returned, they went to court and used the fact that he was gay against him and kept custody. Now, he had to pay hundreds in child support to them every month and only saw his daughter, who was at the time going on 10 or 11 years old, twice per year. Periodically, he would get a picture of her and show it off at work. She literally looked just like him, except female, of course, and she would write him letters about how much she missed him. It was just so sad and unjust. But tragic past aside, Jack was fun to hang out with and I was looking forward to sharing space with him. We liked to do the usual stupid 20-something mall worker stuff, mostly revolving around drinking and going out and buying stuff we didn't need and watching too much TV. He was a great conversationalist, a great listener, and even liked to cook. We were going to have a blast. We moved into the new place and everything was going well. It was awesome having to pay so much less in rent and basically having a constant social hour at home. At first. The first problem came only a few weeks in. Jack never came home one weekend, even though he was supposed to meet us to go somewhere. When he finally called, he was crying. He had been so despondent about his breakup and everything. He said he had relapsed for the first time in 10 years and used cocaine. He assured us it would never happen again. He already felt terrible about it. I didn't know any technical details about drug addiction, but this unsettled me. Yet I figured that if it was really a one-time thing, he could pull himself together again. And for a few months, everything was back to normal and seemed fine. We even went on camping trips, out to the clubs, worked on art projects together, and went shopping for clothes and accessories. It was basically the stereotypical gay man and straight woman BFF dream come true, and everybody was happy and content. But he started disappearing on a regular basis after that, eventually missing not just social appointments but his work shifts too. I suspected, obviously, that drugs were the problem, but had no clue what to do about it. I started pressing him a little bit to get him to tell me what was up, and he just said he was going through it. Steffi's parents had successfully gotten an order to increase his child support payments, and he was feeling pinched and despondent about his daughter. I was understanding of this, of course. He had pictures of Melissa all over his room. It was clear that this was a huge deal to him. One weekend, he was acting especially upset and went missing completely. He missed work and wasn't answering his phone. I called hospitals and so forth looking for him, after trying the usual friends and hangouts. Eventually, we went out looking for him. It had been 3 days without a trace. We were afraid that something bad happened. Finally, he stumbled back in, and here's what happened. He had been at Starbucks, and some guy had started slinging gay slurs, and they got into a fight. Jack had spent the weekend in jail. Not long after this incident, Jack went off to visit his daughter for one of the 2 times that he got to see her that year. They were meeting in San Francisco, which seemed odd, as she lived in the Midwest. But whatever, it was vacation season. While he was away, I got an email from a man I didn't know asking me if Jack was going to bring Tina with him, down to SF. What the heck? I had no clue who this man was or who Tina was. Some of you know, I am sure. I sure as heck know now, and how the heck did this guy get my email address? Of course, I started investigating, trying to figure out what was going on, and it didn't take me long to find out that Tina is a slang term for crystal methamphetamine. I was of course suspicious, given Jack's past, and then something started nagging at me. Questions I had about this situation with his daughter. Little subtle things that didn't seem quite right. Since Jack was out of the apartment for a good couple of weeks, I did something I know no one endorses doing. I snooped through his desk. I knew something wasn't adding up, and I had to know if he was telling the truth about this distant daughter. I looked through his desk, and I found his old high school yearbooks. I found out Steffi's last name, and I started combing through public records, newspaper obits, social security death records, and the white pages. Steffi, Jack's dead girlfriend, alive in rural Indiana. Absolutely the same person, verified with birth dates and photos. So what about the daughter? Maybe she was still real. After all, there were all those photos and she looked so much like Jack, but it didn't take much longer before I discovered the truth about that too. Melissa wasn't his daughter. She was his niece. His brother's kids, but I had seen him writing checks for child support. What the heck? And the rest came down like dominoes. He had never been in the army, he never went to art school, and didn't even go to San Francisco to visit his quote-unquote daughter, but a look through his IM log confirmed, run some drugs and party. Pretty much nothing he told us had been true. It was all one big tragic lie, told very convincingly by a sympathetic character named Jack, and he was coming back in just a day to live under our roof and do who knows what kind of drugs and tell more lies. What should we do? We were trying to figure out how and when to confront him, and possibly kick him out when he returned. We tried to just act normal, and since Jack had such a disarming personality, it was pretty easy to just dissociate what we knew and enjoy joking around with him like usual. We were still trying to figure out how to deal with this situation when Jack had a new crisis come up. He had gone to the clinic and tested positive for HIV. Nightmare come true. Of course, we were there for him as he dealt with this. Held his hand, listened to him talk, gave all the support we could. Though I admit it was in the back of my mind at the time. I wonder if this is really true or if this is another lie to get sympathy. Of course, you can never ask for proof of something like that. And, of course, you can never kick out a friend when he was dealing with such a life-changing blow, so we decided to just sit on what we knew and let him adjust and cope, and then maybe find some trumped-up excuse to move out on our own later in the year. Just quietly slip away. I did tell him I had gotten the weird email, though, and asked him directly if he was using meth. Of course he said no. He kept talking about his daughter and started agonizing about how he was going to tell her that her dad had HIV, and how if he died, he could at least be left with Steffi. Oh, biting my tongue was so hard, but it would have been just too cruel not to. Then things started getting even weirder. Jack started coming on to me. Yeah, supposedly he was the gayest gay who ever gayed, and of course I was married. Not only that, but to his supposed best friend. I didn't take it as seriously as an affront, accordingly, figuring he was being jokey or ironic at first, but it started to ramp up and it was even more confusing than anything so far. Other weird things started happening. He started wearing really weird outfits, like a hippie skirt. He didn't usually cross-dress, and a fur coat and a fedora. He would go out in public like this. He didn't seem psychotic, and he said it was his form of gender expression. Okay. Our kitchenware and dish towels started disappearing. Completely disappearing. He spent a lot of time in his room and then went out to the woods to think. When he would come back from the woods, sometimes he would be normal, but other times he would be all emotional and would have some story to tell about a weird thing that happened to him. The weirdest was when he came back from the woods with blood on his clothes and shoes, his hair matted, smelling like blood and still cigarettes. He said he had gone to visit friends, a couple who he met through an HIV plus support group, and who had also been dealing with depression. When he got to their house, the lights were off and something was wrong. He broke in the side door and found them both very gorily dead. He called the police and then took off to the forest to have a nervous breakdown. He told this story in chilling detail, talking about stepping in splattered brains and washing it off in a creek while smoking a full pack of cigarettes. But the weirdest part of that episode was how he tried to tell us that they had deeded the house to him so we could all move in as soon as the biohazard crews cleaned it up. What the heck? In the middle of all of this, he lost his job and we had to shoulder more of the expenses. There was no question that he was on drugs now. Obviously, his behavior had really deteriorated. Normally, you would just go to court and evict a roommate with all of this going on, but again, he had been a friend and supposedly just been diagnosed with an expensive, life-threatening disease, and yada yada yada. It would have looked really bad to kick him out. And what if he was telling the truth about having HIV? Then we would be heartless. Plus, the legality was super complicated because he was on the lease. We were stuck in a little bit frantic, and every time we would start to get a plan together, he would throw some other weirdness our way. He went to the pound and got a dog. Since he was off thinking, breed, doing drugs, all the time, I took care of her most of the time. Sometimes he would get all mad and insist on taking her with him though, which I hated because when he came back days later, she seemed hungry and sad because he didn't take proper care of her. Man, it would take another post to tell all the weird stuff that happened in this last chapter. At some point, he got religion and started reading books by Rick Warren. No shit. He tried to get me to watch weird porn with him, and he kept obsessing about my boobs, and we caught him listening through the door to catch us having sex. But mostly, he was gone all the time. His room hermetically sealed with weird smells coming out of it. And we were quietly terrified and exploring our legal options to get him the heck out. We had to sneak around to figure this out. He had started obsessively listening in on us in our room, so we would park our car at the far end of the parking lot and sit out there with the music cranked to talk and try to figure out our next move. Whenever we asked him about drugs, he denied it and started to get touchy about being asked. He had an answer for everything and a new story of woe or terror every week. And while we basically assumed he was lying about everything at that point, it was always stuff that it was too touchy to call out or impossible to prove. Thus, we started to feel like we were going a little bit crazy, because we couldn't tell up from down anymore. At some point, I gingerly approached Jack about the daughter issue. He didn't try to refute my allegation that he had lied about his girlfriend dying and his niece being his daughter. He didn't apologize or explain or say anything else. He actually fell asleep. Then in the middle of the day in the living room, the dish towels started reappearing. On the floor in the living room was something sticky. Well, I guess it could have been super glue. Finally, the weird smell was bad enough that we had to find out what it was. He might not just be smoking. He might actually be cooking meth in there, right? And of all the terrible stuff, that would have to be the last straw that would justify kicking him out, even though he was struggling with disease and oppression and mental illness. So, while Jack was out reading Rick Warren with some friends one weekend, my husband and I put on surgical masks, leather boots, and gloves and went into his room. The gear was because once we cracked the door open, we could see that it was piled 3 feet deep with debris, rotting food, sex toys, and other extremely disgusting things. Using ski poles to clear a path, we investigated. It looked like a psychotic, sexually deviant hamster had been in there. Clothes were piled on the floor, then peed on. Boxes and papers had been torn to shreds. This is apparently a meth head thing. Porn was strewn everywhere. There was what we recognized as his usual going out bag, thrown in the middle of the bear-stained mattress, its contents spilling out into the bed. Lube, a Rick Warren book, and the biggest dildo anyone has ever seen. My spouse skied on over to check out the bathroom, and I went to Jack's computer desk. In the bathroom, our missing kitchenware seemed to have been appropriated to make a mini meth lab with some random household products. There was a little scale too, and some white powder, if there was any remaining doubt. The dish towels were in there too, covered in about 5 different body fluids. The toilet area, well, it lives on in legend. He didn't appear to stand or sit or aim. It looked more like he was just propelling stuff at the wall. But at the desk, I found something even more horrifying. An open IM window explaining in no uncertain terms where Jack had gone that night. Not only had Jack been cooking and selling meth, not only had he been earning money through prostitution, we had suspected as much, he had been prostituting out his dog. The desk was covered in note cards with instructions, leaving no doubt about exactly what was going on. We just went and started packing our stuff, as fast as we could. I called my parents and they agreed we could stay with them until further notice. We started driving over carloads of stuff, careful not to be caught by Jack, who no doubt would be pissed because how could a lying drug addict with no job afford to live on his own? He was gone a lot, but he would come back at unpredictable moments, and now he was angry and paranoid and on edge a lot of the time. He claimed the police were stalking him. Was he paranoid, or was he about to get busted? We were scared to call the cops ourselves because what if they thought we were in on the drug stuff? How could we prove we were not? It was nerve-wracking. Finally, we confronted Jack and told him that he had to get all the drug paraphernalia out of the apartment. We were not going to go down for his crime. He was furious and stormed out and drove away with tires squealing. We took that as our cue to gather up as much as we could and get the heck out for good. Fortunately, he left the dog, so we were going to take her to save her. It was 3 a.m. and we were just about to leave for the last time when we heard his tires squeal into the parking lot again. He slammed into the curb, slammed his door, and started stomping up the stairs. We laid down flat on the floor in our room, hoping he wouldn't realize we were there. He came into the apartment, angry, declaring he was going to mess us up and that he was going to kill someone. He was destroying everything loudly. I was really afraid we were going to die, and my brief life literally flashed before my eyes. As his footsteps approached, I was curled around the dog, and suddenly he was standing there. Give me the dog, she's mine. She is legally mine, hands her over. I held onto the dog motionless, then he yanked her up and I couldn't hold on. He stormed back out and squealed away. We finished packing and drove out to my parents'. We stayed there for about a month, then settled the tab at the old place and moved into a new apartment, far from the old neighborhood. We got a bunch of creepy calls and scary emails from Jack for a while. Worse, we saw him around in unlikely places, and he showed up at my parents' once, but didn't get out of his car or come to the door. I think I saw him once at the new apartment, but couldn't be sure because it was dark. We were definitely on edge for a long time. Once he had been gone long enough, the landlord swamped out the apartment and threw out of all of his stuff and sent him a bill. He messaged me 2 years later and claimed he had gotten clean and sober. He wanted to know our new address so he could send us some stuff, but I evaded. I still don't know if he really had HIV or what really happened when he came home covered in blood, or what the story was about with the niece, or even what happened to the poor dog. Seriously, I know no one endorses snooping. I get it. I know. You don't have to tell me. There were a lot of things I would have done then that I would not do now. But in the long run, I have to be glad that I snooped and found out what was going on, because it was becoming way too crazy. Hey, first time poster here. Not quite as harrowing as some of the stuff on here, but it's messed with my head quite a bit. So I'll set the scene first, I guess. I'm a dude and I was 15 at the time, going to a shady school in Manchester. It's not the greatest city. And at lunch, my friends and I would go to this office in the school, where the teachers would leave us be as long as we didn't trash the place. Somehow over the years, we had managed to make it pretty exclusive, getting teachers to remove the jerks, if you will. But certain people, like new starters or foreign kids sometimes, were always allowed in. There was this ginger Polish girl called Maya that started there and had been getting some crap, as I'm sure you could imagine. A new ginger Polish girl in a UK school. She was an easy target for nasty little kids. Now let me get this straight. I'm not mentioning this to build a kind of sympathy for her. I'm only mentioning it because I think this may have been a catalyst of sorts. Either way, one lunch, she was sitting at the computer next to where we used to play cards. She looked kind of down. While we were playing, she was pouting like when someone's trying to signal you to ask them if they're alright, you know? So I asked if she was alright, and she said the kids were being horrible, calling her ugly and stuff. This is where it started. Okay, so when a girl says she's being called ugly, what as a bloke is the first thing you say? For any guy, almost the first thing out of your mouth is, you're well fit. She was 2 years below me, so I was pretty sure it would fall upon deaf ears. For the next month or so, I can't honestly say I never noticed her at all. I'm not even sure when she started following me, but I can remember exactly when I noticed. Apparently, she used to get the same bus home as me. Well, it was 2 buses, and I never even knew she was there. Not at school, not on the bus. Let's say she was socially invisible. The only reason I noticed is when I was walking into my driveway and my bag strap snapped, so I turned around to pick up my stuff and I noticed that she was walking by just staring. At first, I thought nothing of it. I mean, I'm not the best looking guy. I'm tall and skinny. We call it lanky in the UK, so the idea of being followed never even once crossed my mind, but I had noticed her, and from then on, she was everywhere. At first, I'm not going to lie, it gave me a big confidence boost to have a stalker per se. But oh boy, let me tell you that wore off really quick. At first, I didn't say anything to anyone. I mean, she's only 13 and she poses no threat to me physically. What was there to worry about, huh? But until it happens to you, you won't understand the sense of tension you get when you're around that person until it happens to you. Okay, so a quick detour before the comments is set ablaze with crazy stuff. No, I was not interested in her, and regardless of gender, being stalked is always horrible. Every day I would get the bus back and she would be there. Well, I guess she was always there, but it was not the same. She was always watching, and when I look over at her, she'd quickly look away. She always got off at the same street as me, so I thought she lived close by. So one day I acted as I normally do, walking down my drive, slyly keeping an eye on her to walk past, and then followed her. She only started getting off at my stop after I had made that single comment. Well, at least to my knowledge, as I said, she kind of just disappeared into the background. I followed her mainly to know where my enemy was. I was legit walking around for about 45 minutes, pretty much exactly back up the bus route towards school, and watched her walk into her house. This is when I first had that real dirty feeling you get, as I realized she walked almost an extra hour a day every day just to watch me walk into my house. She stayed on the bus to creep on me. I mean, this chick was everywhere. She was on me like white on rice. Outside of school wasn't so bad because I could just ditch her. But after a few months of the conjoined twin treatment, she started to get brave and chatty with my friends, who all thought this was hilarious, by the way, and were always taking the piss. I didn't for a second entertain this and was quite frankly getting mad at my mates for putting me in this situation again and again. You know what it's like being forced to interact with someone who is following you. Oh, but that wasn't just it. We'll get to that. So the months go by. My mates are taking the piss, and the longer she stalks, the more she learns about my hangouts, and such is appearing a lot more. Now, at this moment, a few things were happening at the same time. I'll try describing it to the best of my ability, so bear with me. But my friend thought it would be a good idea to try to start to get with this girl, as she was always chatting to them to get close. I can't say for sure, but I'm almost certain that he was hooking up with her, which just made this all the more messed up. A new Polish girl had also started in school, and she was the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen. After a few weeks, I plucked up the courage to ask her out, and to my surprise, she said yes. Sweet. This would be short-lived though, because I had no idea at the time Carolina was actually good friends with Maya. And as soon as Maya found out, she went around the school telling everyone who would listen, and of course Carolina blamed me for telling everyone and cut that short. I have no idea what was running through Maya's head when she found out, but her little plan had worked and had pushed me to breaking point. I had to deal with this. I thought this was getting better, as the focus had seemed to be off me while she was with my friend. What a jerk he is, by the way. But apparently not. I ended up caving and inviting her into my house so I could get to the bottom of this, which in hindsight might not have been a good idea. So I invited her around while everyone was out. Now, I can't remember the entire conversation, but she knew where all the rooms were and what they looked like. I remember the chills as she told me about my house. I eventually asked her why she had ruined my very short relationship with Carolina, and she scowled horribly at the name and just replied, "You're mine and you always will be." I lost my shit, yelling at her, threatening to kick her in the head if she didn't leave me alone, but she seemed to enjoy me shaking and shouting at her. Now, at this point, she'd been following me and stuff for about a year and a half. I didn't have long left in school, but she knew where I lived and my hangouts. She had even managed to get real close to one of my friends. The straw that broke the camel's back was that she had been coming around when I wasn't there, getting really friendly with my mom. My mom's bipolar and manic depressive. Some days she can barely get out of bed. Never mind out of the house. I have no idea why this was never mentioned, but she eventually told my mom she was my girlfriend, and she was sorry for lying to my mom. Well, my mom freaking freaked out. She was only 14 at this time, and I was about to turn 17, so my mom went off the deep end. I think the verbal beatdown my mom gave her is what made her stop, but man, did I really get it drilled into me that night. After trying to explain that she had been stalking me for almost the last 2 years, trying to get close, I found out that Maya had been coming around for months and told my mom we just happened to go to the same school to get friendly. I don't know why the yelling my mom had given her made her stop stalking me. My mom is pretty nasty when she gets going, but I only had a few weeks left in school, and she wasn't following me. I dread to think what could have been if she had sunk her claws any deeper into my life. I know this isn't as terrifying as I'd like to be honest, but reading all of these made me remember that feeling of dread in this situation. I'm sorry for this long post too. I didn't realize how long this would take to explain. I'll begin by giving a little bit of background. At this time, I was a 16-year-old female, working at a chain coffee place while in high school. I am in college now. I'm 19, 7 hours away from said place. This happened at a time in my life in which I was super shy and had a tough time standing up for myself. In retrospect, I could have handled it a lot better. I used to work closing shifts with my best friend after school, so it would be like from 3 to 10 p.m. or 5 to 10 p.m. We worked at a relatively dead store, so we spent most of our time playing music and talking. We did our duties, of course, like taking out the trash and restocking, although both of us always dreaded taking the trash out as we had to go out back. The dumpsters were behind the store in a dimly lit area next to a sketchy liquor store. One night a man came in. It wasn't unusual to have customers come near closing. It was just uncommon to see anyone we didn't already know. Our store was mostly just regulars. He was lanky and probably around 30. I mostly remember his eyes. They were piercing, the type that never breaks a stare. I remember initially thinking he was attractive. Yikes. The way he spoke was short and concise, just ordering a small hot latte. I made his order and that was it. I told my friend about how I thought he was attractive, and then we started referring to him as the small hot latte guy. We always called people by their drink orders. He came a bunch of times after that, each time staying a little bit longer and longer, talking a little bit more and more. One day he came with a woman, probably his girlfriend. I remember I felt a little bit weird, like she was staring at me or like they had spoken about me beforehand. She glanced over at him and said, "Wow, she's pretty." I didn't think much of it and said thank you, served them, and I thought that would be the end of it. He then began showing up and talking to me a lot without her. He started off as being friendly. I honestly don't even know what we talk about. I think music. Then he got kind of flirty. Initially I was flattered, but being underage and immature, I didn't even think about the fact that it was kind of alarming. He began to stay for a while. Sometimes he would bring a laptop or a notebook. I could feel him staring at me and listening to our conversations. But at that point, I wasn't getting creepy vibes from him, as my coworker and I had dealt with our fair share of creeps. He then somehow got my number. To this day, I honestly don't know how. He texted me and somehow, I still wasn't creeped out. We would talk about music a lot, and then I began to learn more about him. He was in his late 30s and had prior problems with substance abuse that he never really got into. He went back to school for art and would show me his pieces. He'd also send me a lot of pictures of nature. I thought they were nice. Looking back, they were actually pretty creepy. For example, a picture of his backyard sent at like 3 a.m. He would stay and work on his art as well. He then told me he barely enjoyed hot lattes, that he just wanted to come and see me. He would come in and give me gifts even. This was the point I finally started realizing that I did not like this situation. He started by just giving little snacks or drinks. I would accept but would never eat or drink them. It wasn't that I necessarily thought he had ill intentions. I just had a hard time accepting gifts. I remember one night he brought me a book about one of his favorite artists. I reluctantly took it, but had tried to decline before. I remember telling him about one of my favorite musicians and sending him a link to a performance I really liked. Then he started getting sexual while talking nonstop about the song. He began talking super aggressively, and I would laugh it off and decline when he would ask to send pictures. I began talking less and less and told my friends about the situation. She agreed that it was getting creepy and said I should maybe change my schedule. I told her I'd be fine because I'm stubborn. He'd still come in every week at closing time, and he'd even stay in his car till we closed. Meaning, he would watch me go to the back to take the trash out. I began making excuses as to why I couldn't talk and began going to the back of the store when I would see him. He then sent me a bunch of texts about how great I looked while working. I didn't respond, but he kept texting, and I told him I didn't want to talk anymore. He sent a bunch of messages describing me how much I meant to him and how he wouldn't be alright. I started freaking out and I blocked his number. Still, I returned to work. I honestly thought that he would stop coming by. I was wrong. I felt uneasy the whole shift. My friend said that if he came by, he would just go to the back and wait it out. I saw his car coming and my heart sank. I was on the verge of tears and hurried to the back. I could hear them talking but couldn't decipher what exactly was being said. Then about 10 minutes later she came to the back. I could visibly see that she was upset. We ended up both just crying and hugging each other. Not the first time we've done that. She told me he kept asking to see me and asking how I was, and she just kept refusing. She told him how I was underage and how he made me feel uncomfortable. He wouldn't give up. Eventually she threatened him and he left. We were both shaken up, but I thought it was over. It was time to take out the trash and lock up, and we both felt okay. I was opening the door while juggling like 3 bags of trash and saw something on the ground. I was confused at first, but then realized what I saw. It was flowers and a note. I never felt so sick to my stomach and looked around the parking lot. I didn't see his car. I threw them out immediately and told my friend I didn't want to read the note. She read it and told me I had to. It was something to the effect of, "I've never felt so connected to someone. You are breaking my heart. Please don't do this. I'm sorry." Looking back, I honestly didn't lead him on, but initially, I just felt as if I was in the wrong. Nonetheless, we turned the corner to take the trash out, and both hoped that the parking lot was empty. It wasn't. Let's just say the trash was not going to get taken out that night. I continued working there and still worked there on my breaks from college. I had different hours after that, and in the summer I was going to leave for my freshman year, and I saw him again. It was around 3 p.m. It was busy, we made eye contact, and he left. That was the last time I saw him. Looking back, I was so naive and could have handled the situation so much better. I am forever thankful to my friend. Over 20 years ago, I dropped out of school and moved to the Midwest to live with my boyfriend at the time. His name was Tom and I barely knew him, but he had only just turned 20 and was feeling disenchanted with his life. I was in college but had no direction and no idea what I wanted to do, and had just had a falling out with my best friends, leaving me with no real friends either. Then I met this guy who lived halfway across the country. He was everything I had wanted as a new adult. Charming and sweet, and everyone loved him. Now in my mid-30s, I recognize a lot of things he was doing as narcissistic behavior. He love-bombed me from the start, convinced me that I would be happier if I just left my whole life, and wanted to isolate me from my family and few remaining friends. And I left him. My family didn't take it lightly and tried their hardest to convince me not to go. But after they met him, they eased up. Like I said, he was a charmer. They ultimately resigned themselves to the fact that I was a legal adult and could do what I wanted in the long run, and they didn't want to risk not having a relationship with me at all, so they backed off a bit and wished me well. Almost as soon as I had moved, his attitude changed completely. He would get mad at nothing and make me leave the room if he was in it and didn't feel like talking. And eventually it progressed into him calling me stupid every chance he got, and threatening to kick me out of the house almost every month. I always knew when it was coming too. He had a cycle. He also convinced me that I had nowhere else to go since I had no family close by, and all of my friends were his friends first. I was trapped. I eventually fell into a pretty deep depression and just resigned myself to my new fate. His behavior only got worse. He started to berate me in front of other people. On one occasion, I asked him for a cigarette when we were hanging out with some friends. He took one out of the pack and threw it across the room and said, "Bitches smoke last," and started laughing. No one else laughed, but no one else did anything either. He punched me in the stomach one day in front of his grandma, who just said, "Oh, Tom, stop that," and he laughed it off like it was nothing. He treated me like this day in and day out for almost 4 years. During the last year that I was there, he would lock me out of my bedroom and I would hear him talking to other girls. I found messages on his MySpace account. Yeah, this was a long time ago. Of him talking to other women and telling them he was going to break up with me and date them instead. One girl in particular, April, also tried to talk to me and befriend me. I didn't know the extent of their relationship and just thought she was trying to be nice to me. At the time, I had no idea the nature of their relationship, but thought it was odd they were being so chatty online. My birthday is on New Year's Day, so on New Year's Eve, the last year that I lived there, I wanted to go out with some friends. All of my friends were also his friends, and we knew them all very well, so I didn't think it was weird to go out with him. I should mention that he hardly ever left the house and didn't have a cell phone, and would never come to the house phone if I called. All the girls he talked to were done online in messaging apps. I asked him if he wanted to go, but he said no like I knew he would. So I went. And I had fun for the first time in what seemed like forever. My friend, who was a dude, drank too much and couldn't drive me home, so we both slept at his sister's house. We slept completely separately and had no feelings for each other at all, and nothing did or ever would have happened. I didn't think twice about staying and didn't bother calling the house to let Tom know that I wasn't coming home because, like I've made clear, he mostly didn't want me around and wouldn't have come to the phone anyways. The next morning when I got home, I turned the corner to walk down the hallway in our shotgun-shaped house. He was walking towards me with a horrible look on his face, and I knew I was in trouble. He shoved me as hard as he could into the wall. I went into the bedroom and he followed. He started yelling at me, calling me all kinds of names, and saying that he expected better of me. I sat down on the edge of the bed and he stood over me still yelling. Then all of a sudden he punched me right in the face. Just hard enough to shock me but not leave a black eye. Something came over me at that point and I stood up and told him, "Don't ever touch me again," and walked out. Over the course of the next few days, I packed up what little of my stuff I could gather and told him I was going to stay at my sister's back in California for a while. He thought I was coming back, but I never did. I sent his grandma money to pack my stuff and ship it to me, and I never saw him again. But that doesn't mean the story is over. Fast forward a few months, and I see online that he's dating April, the girl from MySpace. I laughed a little at it since she was still trying to be my friend, even though I had never met her and she had been talking to my ex while I was still with him. I wrote her off as a nutcase and didn't think much of it. That is, until one night I got 30 text messages from an unknown number. It wasn't unknown for long since she identified herself almost immediately. She was saying the world's worst things to me. I had been casually mentioning to online friends that she was a weirdo and that they probably deserved each other, since it struck me as weird that she was so two-faced about being nice to me, while she was sending my boyfriend at the time nude photos. She had apparently been alerted to my comments. She wasn't at all happy about it. Among the text messages were threats of coming out to California to kill me and warning me that she fights dirty. She had gotten my number out of his phone one night and was going ballistic. I told her to stop or I would call the police, and that only shut her up for the one night. Every single day I would hear from her. I began dating somebody new and she would add him on every social media platform and try to talk to him. She did that with everyone I showed interest in publicly online. She made fake profiles to stalk me on social media and call me horrible names. When I finally went public with what my ex had done to me and how he had treated me, she lost it even more. It took me about a year after I left Tom to tell anyone what he did to me. When I finally did, most people were sympathetic and offered words of comfort. But April, she sent me a 4-page long email that was filled with delusions. She wrote about how she and I were good friends and how she wished that we could still be, and how she tried to be my friends no matter what. She wrote that I was lying about my abuse and that I didn't have battered woman syndrome. And that she knew that for a fact because she majored in psychology in community college. Seriously. She wrote that she had met all of my Midwest friends and they all hated me and laughed about how stupid I was. She wrote that she thought I was a closeted lesbian and that I need therapy. Also saying that she was in contact with a lawyer and they were working on a harassment case against me. Of course, none of this was true. I shut my laptop after reading that letter in total shock. Not only did I have to deal with being treated like garbage for 4 whole years, but now I was dealing with gaslighting from my abusive ex's new girlfriend. What the heck? I responded to her, which I shouldn't have, and told her that I thought she needed professional help and to stop contacting me. Then I wrote to my ex's email that I remembered and told him to tell her to leave me alone. I never heard back from him, but I stopped hearing from April for a while. About a year after that, she started up again. She made new social media profiles and would post the same things I did immediately after I posted about them. She bought clothes that looked like mine, wore her hair the same way. I work in the art industry and all of a sudden, she started posting about how art is life. I play guitar, so she posted about how she wants to play guitar. I started a cooking blog and even guest blogged for a few websites, and she made posts about how her dad was a chef, so naturally cooking was in her blood. If you're wondering how I knew about what she was posting, it's because she always made herself known. She would like or unlike my photos on Instagram. She would comment on profiles she knew I interacted with. A few times, she would message me with weird nonsense like, "Stop stalking me," when I had literally never spoken to her. Also, yes, people can have similar interests, but 1 or 2 things are a coincidence. Having every interest in common with someone is not, and she couldn't just be into the same things as me. If I had a hobby or an interest, she was not only into the same things, but she was the best at it and it came naturally to her. And she was not only good at it, but so good that people paid her to do it. I once made the mistake of telling a girl online who I didn't really know about April, saying something in passing like, "That girl is crazy." This girl immediately told April what I said, and I started receiving hate mail from people I never heard of before. Friends of April's came out in droves as she posted Instagram stories about how I was stalking her and I was threatening her. Her best friend contacted me on Instagram and told me I was crazy and that what I was doing was a crime, that I should expect to hear from a lawyer with a cease and desist order. I told her that if she needed my lawyer's information, I could forward that to her since I knew that there was no way I was ever in danger of legal action. About 3 months later, that same best friend sent me an email that she had gotten from a blog I ran at the time. She apologized for what she said to me, said that her friend was clearly disturbed and she had no idea, and was sorry for invalidating my trauma that I had experienced with my ex. This last event was maybe 4 years ago. I don't hear much from April anymore, but that's not to say I don't hear from her at all. She still posts on Twitter about how I abused her, and how I'm still lying about my experiences with Tom. Please remember that I have never ever met this person, and have only ever had conversations with her in passing when she would message me over a decade ago on MySpace. Not only did I have to endure 4 years of abuse at the hands of my ex-boyfriend Tom, but I have to deal with over 10 years of hate messages and harassment from a clearly unhinged woman who has fixated on me for some reason. I've heard from people that they are no longer together, but that hasn't stopped her for good, it seems. I still hear from her every once in a while. I write all of this to say, if you have experienced trauma or abuse, you are not alone. And that even if certain people don't believe you and call you a liar, I believe you. No matter who you are or my personal feelings about you, if you have been abused or assaulted, I believe you. There is never any reason to call someone a liar publicly for years. So, to April, I hope that he never hurt you and that you are doing okay. I hope you get the help that you need and that you're safe and comfortable. But please, let's never meet. This was many years ago, maybe when I was 20 or 21. I was assaulted when out jogging in a park while on vacation somewhere north in Ontario. It was deep in the woods. I was listening to music alone. I should have been more careful. There was this guy with a blue dirt bike at the entrance to the trail who was acting really creepy and suspicious. He kept trying to start conversations with me as I was unpacking my stuff and getting ready. He kept asking about things like, "Where did you come from?" or "You work out?" When I was changing my shoes, he asked me for my shoe size, and I immediately thought he was a creep. I just lightly chatted with him and kept my gaze down. I was wearing a hat, so it would hopefully hide my face. Nearly half an hour of jogging and sightseeing, I saw the blue bike ahead. It was parked off to the side, and I remember the feeling like a lump in my stomach suddenly formed, and I thought for sure that guy was probably ahead to try something. I was on the main path for the whole way since, but considering he was waiting there, I decided to backtrack a little and take the nearest side path to avoid the encounter. 5 minutes into the side path, there was this narrow spot in the trees that led onto an old concrete square. I think it was like a water reservoir or a foundation or something. I wasn't thinking and just kept going. I stepped in this black adhesive stuff on the other side of a lip of concrete. My shoes were completely stuck. It was like some kind of tar or glue. I don't know. I didn't know what it was and just assumed it was something from the structure, like leftover construction stuff. I spent a couple of minutes just trying to work my shoes out, but eventually had to take them off for better leverage. Then I saw the man. He came towards me. I felt panicked. I was going to get my bear spray when he said he was here to help. I didn't want to potentially aggravate him or do something that could get me in trouble, so I stood back and let him try to get my shoes out. I noticed that he was just pretending that he couldn't get them out, and I remembered what he said about my shoe size and thought something was so off, so I backed away and considered spraying him. It happened fast. He turned around and slapped my foot with the black stuff. I stumbled trying to get back. I missed the spray and he was wrestling it out of my hand. I tried to knee him in the groin. He released me and ran off. I got my sock off and was going to run, but He just had more of the stuff. He had some metal bucket of the black stuff, and he was slapping handfuls of it on my feet. I couldn't kick him, and it was difficult to move. I was screaming and hitting him as best as I could. Sorry if this is too much detail, but he was telling me to shut up and even used it on my mouth. He pushed me to the ground, took my backpack, and just continued sticking the stuff to me. My body was frozen in fear. I heard a buzzing sound, and I knew what it was without seeing it. I began struggling to get up or kick him or do anything. My clothes were pinned and my arms too. I'm not going to give details, but yeah. He then started using a vibrator on me. I was crying, stretching it as far as I could. If I got an arm almost out, he would add more. I rarely ever masturbated at the time, so suffice to say it was overstimulation. He didn't undress me apart from my pack and socks and didn't use his you-know-what anywhere, so I'm at least grateful for that. He just kept buzzing me and fondling my body with stuff, asking things like, "Do you like it?" or "Does it feel good?" It was probably around an hour of that, and he was recording it. I just let him do whatever until I found a way out or someone came. Then he brought up his towel to my nose. It was fuming with some chemical. I was thrashing and trying to scream. Somebody heard, I guess, and shouted. I don't remember much. Time was all fuzzy. It felt like I was falling on a roller coaster. When I got my thoughts back together, it was getting dark and I was alone. I spent a long time getting out, ripping my clothes and scraping the stuff off my body where it was on my skin. I still don't know what it was, but Googling it suggested birdlime or construction adhesive. It was also apparently a type of fetish, so yeah. I walked back to my car. There was nobody there at night, and I just drove back to my cabin and sat there in the bath. Not even turning the water on. Just sitting there thinking of what happened, trying to get as much off of me before I washed myself. My feet and other parts around my belly were stained black for a couple of weeks, and that night I just lay there silent. Even now, just touching stuff like soap brings back that time, and I can't help but feel weird by the slimy feeling of it. I'm wondering if anyone has ever had similar experiences or encounters with black adhesive. This happened a few years ago in Upper Ontario on a semi-official hiking trail. I really don't remember much of what happened during or after the assault, possibly because of whatever fumes I was exposed to. I remember driving very slowly because I was still feeling off balance. In hindsight, I probably shouldn't have been driving, but there was no traffic that late. Some years ago, my family lived in a heavily wooded area in the Pacific Northwest. I was 5 at the time. My sister was 6. Our yard was fairly good sized, at the end of which was nothing but thick woods that ran back a long way. Our parents always told us to never wander off into the woods, but my sister and I were raised with adventurous spirits. That's why I always blamed this story on my folks. So one day we get the swell idea to go for a little hike in the woods on our own. We waited for our parents to both go inside, and off we went merrily tromping through the woods without a care in the world. About maybe 10 minutes in, we hear a rustling in the brush ahead, and we both stop dead in our tracks. We both looked at each other with sheer terror in our eyes as we saw a big bearded man approach with a red-stained axe in tow. His white wife-beater t-shirt was also splattered red. We had never seen this man before, and he was quite the sight. As a young child, it's hard to remember certain events, but this one has been stuck in my brain. He had a giant physique. The man asked us why we were out in the middle of the woods alone, but we were so frightened, all we could do was cry. He asked us if we wanted to come with him, and he would make us some hot cocoa. We were both shivering at the sight of this man, and at that moment, our parents could be heard yelling for us. Thankful for that, because if this man were any kind of good person, he wouldn't have looked startled and hurried away. After the dude walked away, we both booked it back home as fast as we could. After each of us received a whooping, we told our parents about the man, but my parents must have thought we were lying because they never saw anyone like that in the neighborhood or around our general area. To this day, I'm still not sure what the intentions of this guy were, but you would think he would have asked us where our folks were at instead of inviting us to wherever for cocoa. I started creeping here a few months ago and fell in love. Originally, I was sad I didn't have any stories to tell, and I kept racking my brain for any creepy memories, but couldn't think of any. Then this past week, a couple of small things accumulated to me, saying, damn, I actually think this is Let's Not Meet worthy, so I created this account to share. It's long though, sorry. I'll start by saying I'm a 21-year-old female. I just got a new job hostessing at a restaurant in the downtown area of the very large city I live in. Above the restaurant are pretty pricey lofts. On the first floor is where I work, along with the lobby, elevators, Chipotle, and a bakery, all of which have at least one door near the back of the store that leads to the lobby. When I got the job, I got access to the parking garage that the residents use. From there, I can take a back way to the lobby, which leads to one of the doors connected to my job. Every day I work, I pass a concierge working for the lofts. Occasionally, we speak to them. Like if one of the lobby's restrooms goes out of order, but other than that, it's pretty rare, which is why I thought it was odd when I saw Mike. He's the nightly concierge. Looks around, late 40s to early 50s, round glasses and short. He was around the bar scanning the area like he was looking for something. When he saw me, he came over and asked me for some extra promotion cards that we had been handing out to guests so he could give some to the residents. I simply asked my manager for some and gave it to Mike. That was it. At the end of my shift, Mike comes in and gives me 4 chocolate-covered strawberries, thanking me for my help. I'm used to everyone at this job and area being very polite and kind, so I accepted them with excitement and without a second thought. A couple of days later, I saw Mike again. I was packing a to-go order when he came up and said he had something for me. To follow him. At the concierge desk, he presented me with a bag that reminded me of old brown lunch bags, but was white and an envelope. Inside the bag was a cupcake, and inside the envelope were 2 miniature Hershey's chocolate bars. At this point, I was beginning to feel too much attention had been placed on myself. I needed to share, after all. Sharing is caring, right? I faked excitement, which I realized I shouldn't have. Thanked him and asked if he'd met the other new hostess, Michelle, who I was working with that night. He said no, so I introduced them. 10 minutes later, he brings a second cupcake. Too many sweets make me nauseous, so I ended up giving them to Michelle. He hands the cupcake to me, saying, "Stop by the desk on your way out. I have something for you." But the look on his face was creepy. I'm not exactly sure what it was, but it reminded me of the way a child looks when they've given good news and they're waiting to be praised. Now, I'm starting to think, it better not be another damn cupcake. The night goes by slowly and Mike, yet again, comes in and searches for me. I'm at one of the computers putting in an order and he hands me 2 sheets of paper with some stuff typed on them. He says he's writing a book about the history of the loss. Okay, you're writing a book and you hand me barely a page and a half worth of text. Whatever. At the end of the night, I asked one of my best friends that I work with to stop by the desk with me because I didn't want to go alone. Turns out it's a 3rd cupcake, along with a Cosmopolitan magazine. Inside that is a printout of a joke that someone emailed him. The cover of the magazine is 78 Crazy Hot Sex Facts, which I tried to ignore. He had crossed out the name of the resident it was being mailed to. Read the magazine, threw away the cupcake, and the joke wasn't funny. Finally, last night, I passed him as I was coming in. As soon as he sees me, his face lights up and I cringe inside. You see, this guy's nice and all, but too much is too much. He stops me and asks, "Hey, did you lose your purse?" "No, I didn't." "Well," and he pulls a small shopping bag out, and it's completely full. I didn't really want to look inside, so I kind of skimmed to the top. As I was pretending to be interested in the bag, he says, "You are the most beautiful girl I've ever seen, so," and trails off waiting for my reply. I acted like I didn't hear him and just thanked him with the fake smile, avoiding eye contact. "Do you want to look at it here, or?" I tell him no, I must clock in before I'm late. I'm 30 minutes early. I power walk away, and as soon as I step inside the restaurant, I find Michelle and my manager and tell them what a nice surprise Mike gave me. They knew how creeped out I was by Mike, so they were 10 times more ecstatic than I was to see my little shopping bag. We take it to the back to inspect the items. Lots and lots of miniature feminine care products. Chapstick, wipes, perfume samples, a tampon, toothbrush, toothpaste, etc. And then the mother load. Small bottle of Astroglide natural lubricant. I do a laugh that is equivalent to, "Are you serious?" I feel violated for some reason. Really, really uncomfortable. I keep laughing though because I can't believe this old man just gave me a lube. Everyone is laughing fits too. Everyone else is having laughing fits too. Michelle, the bartender, my manager, and even some of the servers. Anyways, I don't look at the rest of the bag's contents. My manager offered to speak to Mike on my behalf to get him to stop, but I've never been the type to let other people do the talking for me. I'll do it the next time he tries to give me something. The night wears on and I'm on the phone taking an order to go, and Mike comes and drops off another cupcake. Yay. Gave it to Michelle again. She told me when she came in before me, he had asked her if she knew when I was coming in. Upon hearing my arrival was 2 hours away, he says, I have to wait a whole 2 hours before I get to see her." She said it didn't look like he was joking. Had to ask my manager to walk me to my car because I felt like Mike was going to follow me out there or pop out of the shadows or something. We did run into him after we left, but he didn't say more than goodnight, thankfully. After some deep gossip with a girl that's been working there for a couple of years, she enlightens me. She had come in to eat last night, so she was there and saw everything too. Mike was like this to another girl, the one whose shifts I took after she quit. She said he probably just grabbed all that stuff from gift bags from a party the banquet hall had earlier, not even paying attention to what was in them. But still inappropriate. And the book he was writing? Showed her the papers, and she said it's straight from a brochure the lofts give new residents about the history of the building. My general manager was thoroughly creeped out as well, and he's a creeper himself. He jokes like, "He gave you a bottle of lube? That's inappropriate. I'm going to have to confiscate that, okay?" He brought up a good point that I hadn't realized though. The cupcakes. They were homemade and nobody knew what he put in those. I could be eating semen while he sits at the bar, getting off on watching me/us eat it. I thought they were from the bakery next door. I'm not sure if I'm overreacting or not. I mean, the guy seems harmless, but I've only known him a grand total of 3 days. This is a story about my first trip to London and my first experience of the two. Our village guide group had taken around 19 girls down to London for the weekend to do the regular tourist hotspots and visit the Guiding World Center. Thrilling, I know. I was 14 at the time. I was more than excited to come to London and had received a lovely new coat for the occasion. We lived in rural Yorkshire, so it was quite a big to-do in our village. Believe it or not. We were packed off on the train and spent an unremarkable day and night in the capital city. Then came our tube trip. Unfortunately, the leaders had not planned for rush hour commuter traffic, and anyone can tell you the tube at peak times is a nightmare. It was certainly quite alarming to me, having genuinely never seen so many people crammed into such a tiny space, everybody pushing and rushing past us. We squashed into the corner of a carriage. I don't remember what line we were on. All I know is the 10-minute journey felt a lot longer for me. The carriage was completely packed, and everybody sandwiched into each other. As one of the older guys, I was on the outside of the group. The leaders had urged the younger guides ahead of them. This meant I was squished up against a friend of mine in front of me and a man I didn't know against my back. A few seconds into the journey, I noticed he is swaying against me, rocking and nudging me as the train moves. I push back, as no one else in the carriage seems to be having trouble keeping their balance like him. This doesn't stop him, however. The rocking motion intensifies, and suddenly I realize he is rubbing the bottom of my coat. I didn't turn around at this point, terrified of why this stranger appears to be rubbing my bum. I tried to push up further against my friend. Sadly for me, there is literally nowhere to go. I am stuck against this stranger. He's breathing very heavily at this point, and I bite the bullet and look behind me. I've never seen a you-know-what before, but now there is one being rammed into my lower back while a man masturbates into my new coat. This is the point I should have said something. Screamed, shouted, or punched him in the cock maybe. But no. Stand there completely in shock for the rest of the journey while this pervert uses me as a wanking aid. Eventually it's our stop and we leave the train. I run ahead, crying at this point, pushing through the younger girls to get away from this man. I didn't look back at him. I just had to get out. Leaving the train, after it was obvious that I was crying, I refused to tell anyone why. My friend stopped me and I turned away. She laughed. "What's that on the back of your coat? It looks like someone spit on you." I threw that coat in the bin, there on the platform. I never told anyone what happened, and to this day, my mom still teases me about losing my brand new special coat. I would give anything to go back in time and knee that man in the balls so hard that his grandkids cried. So it's 7 a.m. and I'm idling in a McDonald's parking lot until sunrise. The past few days with an escalating prowler have finally driven me out of my home. I, 25 female, live alone and on the ground floor of some cute condos with lovely neighbors. I work nights, but with the pandemic, work has been scarce. Naturally, I'm used to staying up late. 4 nights ago at 2:30 a.m., I was watching TV in the living room and my dog started growling out the window. She only does this when someone or something, it's usually a cat or raccoon, is on my patio. I assumed it was an animal outside until I heard what sounded like somebody trying to open my door. I sat still and listened for more noise because I just couldn't believe that was happening. I called my mom because I'm feeling weirded out and then peek out through my blinds. All closed, by the way. To see the gate to my patio is wide open. I know I shut it and the wind doesn't ever blow it open. I'm still on the phone with my mom and I get the genius idea to go show whoever it is that I'm not scared and go latch my gate while making my presence known. I go outside and there is a man on the walkway near my patio entrance. He was walking away until he heard my door open. He fully turns around to face me and stops staring. Average looking white dude. Hoodie up, hands in pockets, no bag. Strange, as I first assumed it was just a patio thief. When he turns around and looked at me, I got a chill. Why would this thief show me his face and make a point of fully turning to face me and stare? I'm shocked and begin walking backwards towards my door to the inside. He turns back around and keeps walking away. He takes 3 steps, then fully turns around again and stops to stare at me. I went inside and stayed on the phone for a couple of hours until I finally fell asleep. I called the non-emergency police and they made a note. After that first weird encounter, I put a long and low to the ground flower pot against my patio gate so it would at least make noise if somebody opened it. A couple of nights passed and I didn't notice anyone creeping about until last night. At about 1 a.m., I heard a crashing and falling noise. Again, I call my mom for assurance and look around the house to see if anything fell. I think it must be nothing, get off the phone. I suddenly remember my DIY flower pot alarm and peek through the blinds to see yet again my gate is open and the flower pot is knocked over. He came back. I called non-emergency police again. This time they came and did a patrol of the neighborhood. Didn't catch him. Fast forward to tonight's incident. Needless to say, I'm thoroughly creeped out. I find a deal on some security cameras with motion detecting capabilities. Got to Best Buy just before closing and snagged the last parent stock. I set those bad boys up and felt pretty safe. 1 a.m. again, I'm running a bath and on the phone with my boyfriend and get a motion detected alert from my security cameras. I assume it's just a cat because I didn't hear the gate crash. I reset my flower pot system after it was knocked over the previous night. To my horror, I see a man tiptoeing from the side of my patio towards my door, hoodie up, hands in pockets. He knew not to use the gate because it made noise last night. It was him. He wiggles my door handle. I'm absolutely terrified he is right there. He's back again. I throw on a long coat and run into the lobby barefoot and call 911. My boyfriend got here before the police and was running through the back with a baseball bat looking for this creep. Unfortunately for me, and lucky for him, he didn't find him. Police didn't find him either. So here I am, sitting in a McDonald's parking lot at 7 a.m., scared to go home. It's all just too creepy, and I know to trust my gut. Why would he turn around and stare the first time? Why would he come back after he knew I saw him? And why is he so determined to be here? He hopped the fence to avoid the loud noise of the gate/flower pot. What scares me most is how persistent and undeterred he seems by any of it. What will stop him? What is the end game for him? Nothing is missing from my patio. Frankly, there's nothing to steal. He never had a backpack or bag, just hands in his pockets. I have him trying the door tonight on video. I just don't know how to attach it here. Any advice? Anyone know the psychology of guys like this? What can I do? I'm also staying at a friend's house for a few days and will be monitoring the cameras closely. This happened in 2007 when I was 19. It was summer break and I didn't have to work, so I used my day off to go to a park, climb a tree and read a book. Nobody else was in the park that day. Mine was the only car in the parking lot. It was a beautiful day, so I remember being a little bit surprised at that, but it was also mid-morning on a weekday, so I figured that was why I had the place to myself. I'd been there about an hour when I heard a car pull in. This park is on the top of a steep hill overlooking a valley, and the entrance is kind of strange. You can't exit where you entered. Once you enter the park, you are immediately in the sole parking lot. There is an exit on the far end of the parking lot that circles the entire park and dumps you out on the main road. From where I was sitting and from most angles, the parking lot curves and a majority of it, including the exit, is hidden around a bend and a bunch of trees. You can only see a small portion of the lot. I heard someone enter, but I didn't look up in time to see the car before it disappeared around the bend. A moment later, movement caught my eye. A man walked into the park. He was older but not elderly, late 50s, early 60s. I did the smile nod wave thing you do with strangers. He ignored me, which is usually no problem. After all, nobody owes me their time. I was a little bit weirded out, however, because although he didn't acknowledge me, he walked right toward me. I thought maybe he needed directions. Maybe he's actually heading past me to go look at the view of the valley, which you cannot see it all from the tree. But no, without saying a word or looking at me in the eye, he walked to the tree and sat down directly beneath me. I know it sounds silly, I'm sure, but there was something about his presence that really got to me. It wasn't even the silence. I can sit in silence, no problem. I actually prefer it. It was just him. He was completely motionless, like no coughing or fidgeting, nothing. He stared at the small section of the parking lot and the porta potties. He could have sat anywhere in the entire empty park, but chose to sit directly beneath the girl he was ignoring. So he could sit and silently stare at the parking lot. Why come to a beautiful park with great views and nature trails if you're going to look at the parking lot? I don't know why, but my intuition had me on high alert. I told myself that I wasn't getting down until he left. If he tried to come up after me, I thought I would win. I could stomp on his hands, push him, or whatever. But if I came down, I was vulnerable. He could grab my legs. It was too high to jump down without risking injury. Best to stay put. Thing was, I kind of expected him to move after a while. But nope. He sat beneath me for more than a half hour without so much as fidgeting. The whole time I kept saying to myself, hey, you're just being paranoid. He's just an older dude at a park. Maybe he really likes this tree. But I still didn't get down. At that point though, I was also kind of over being stuck in the tree, so I decided to smoke him out. I texted a friend and said there was a strange man near me and asked if she would give me a call. I figured if he's just a benign old man looking for some peace and quiet, then my being loud will encourage him to seek it in literally any other section of this very large empty park. If he's trying to murder me, maybe he'll realize I have a cell phone, because not everyone did back in 2007, and hopefully leave me alone. At the very least, I thought that if I waited long enough, somebody else might come into the park and see me. My friend called and asked me if I was okay, and I tried to seem nonchalant and breezy. She just kept checking in throughout the call. Is he still there? How about now? He didn't move a muscle. Didn't acknowledge that I was being pretty rude. Just kept staring out at the parking lot. I was still telling myself that I was being paranoid. My friend thankfully had the time to stay on the phone with me. We talked for about 40 minutes and then he just stood up and left. I watched him disappear around the bend in the parking lot. As soon as he was out of earshot, I told my friend he had left and we left my paranoia. Yeah, she teased. Some creepy old man in the park scared you by sitting. I felt so silly acting like I had. At that point, our fake conversation had turned into a real one though, so we stayed on the phone. I hadn't seen her in a couple of months since college had let out for the summer, so we had a lot to catch up on. Outside of the awkwardly fake small talk we'd made for the past 40 minutes. I was in that tree for another 30 minutes and stayed on the line as I hopped down. I gathered up my stuff and walked to the parking lot. I turned the bend and stopped. No one else had come into the park, but my car wasn't alone. Parked opposite, it was a black, windowless 16-passenger van, and in the driver's seat, the older man. I felt frozen. I said to my friend, "He's been waiting in the parking lot this whole time." And she yelled, "So what are you waiting for? Get in your car." That got me moving. I ran to my car as fast as I could, locked my doors, and watched him in my rearview mirror. I started my car and he started his van. I reversed out of my spot. He reversed out of his. I went toward the exit, so did he. I drove like crazy out of that one-lane road out of the park, despite the speed limit being 15 because of all the wildlife, and I'm still thankful I didn't hit a deer or an animal or someone. He kept up, but I lost him on a bend and made it to the main road. I watched my mirrors the whole way home in case he was still following me. I looked over my shoulder for weeks afterwards, worried that he had my license plate number. Basically, I think I got away from my would-be kidnapper by being patient and annoying. Always trust your intuition. Once, when I was about 13 or 14, I got home from school and was home alone. I was kind of an anxious kid, and this was before cell phones were common. About 2002, I think. I called my mom at work a lot. This involved calling the security desk, and they would come get her off the factory floor. And she told me that I couldn't call her at work anymore because she could get in trouble. Previously, I would call about things like, "When are you coming home?" and just to make up stuff to talk about because I was bored or lonely, so I get it. Recently, my mom had purchased on credit a big flat screen TV and stand from Best Buy. And we had spent tons of time treating our living room like a movie theater. We had over 200 VHS tapes. We lived with my grandma while I was growing up, in a basement apartment. It was a walkout and had a full kitchen and bathroom, while grandma lived upstairs. I came home on the bus and noticed that my grandma had left the garage door open. She was a little forgetful sometimes, so it was something she did from time to time. I went straight to the basement from my garage and into my room. I remember looking around like, dang, I thought I just cleaned up in here, and it's a mess already. I was a bit of a slob as a kid when it came to my room though, so I didn't think much of it. I was only in there for a minute or so before deciding to go watch some TV. I got to the living room and it was gone. Now, I'm not the brightest crayon in the box when it comes to real life stuff at this age, so I'm mostly just confused. I honestly believe at this point that the TV is broken and my mom sent it to Best Buy or something to be repaired. I go upstairs to my grandma's house to use the phone. Our phone line downstairs we only used for internet at the time. I called my mom at work, knowing she's going to be a bit mad, and she is. It went a little bit like this after they brought her to the phone. What? Sorry to call, I was just wondering. Where's the TV? What are you talking about? It's downstairs where it always is. No, it's gone. Is it in the shop? That's when she got serious. Are you home alone? Is Grandma there? No, she's gone. She left the garage door open when she left. That's not good. Go lock yourself in the bathroom. I'm coming home. At this point, I hear footsteps running loudly up our basement stairs. The access to the basement was through the garage. the same as the access to the upstairs. I scream and drop the phone, corded wall phone, running to the back of the house where the bathroom is, slamming the door, locking it, and opening the bathroom vanity drawers since the door opened inward and it wouldn't open with the drawers out. My mom called the police and rushed over. Our house at the time was set up in such a way that we shared an entrance with the parking lot, so I'm assuming whoever was robbing us was parked over there, which is why I didn't notice any cars and they got away so fast. My room was trashed. My mom's room was trashed, and the TV and fishbowl full of change were gone. The scariest part to me was not just that I was downstairs alone with the person, but that I was in the same room. The basement was a one-bedroom with a huge living room. My mom had cut the living room in half with a big entertainment center, which the TV was in front of, but she had no door, only a wide opening to one side, so while I was checking out the TV, somebody was on the other side of the entertainment center, going through my mom's underwear drawer. How do I know? Because they stole all of her underwear too, except for one pair that was on the stairs when the cops got there, and it wasn't there when I went downstairs when I got home. Actually, my mom always said she thought it was a woman who robbed us, because she assumed that she took all of her underwear and swimsuits, same drawer to wear. I don't agree, although she could have been protecting her own feelings or mine at the time. Cops never found our stuff, and it took 10 years before my mom got a big TV like that again.